You're about to walk into a London night that history books rarely mention. Not kings, not battles, just the quiet moments that never make it to the page. A Roman merchant flicks coins into a pouch by lamplight. A Tudor family shuts their shutters against disease and noise. In a bomb shelter, a child falls asleep to the sound of strangers breathing. We will walk the streets and listen. Each scene belongs to a different London night, yet all share the same small acts of getting by. And now, our first step takes us into the lamplight. Coins in the lamplight mean more than numbers on a table. In Londinium, a city the Romans founded as a port on the Thames, they were the difference between hunger and rest. You sit beside a trader now, his shoulders slightly bent after a long day. The soft glow of an oil lamp pulls lines across his face. A coin turns slowly in his fingers before joining the small pile on the wood before him. The click of metal carries in the stillness, a fragile sound after the noise of the market has gone. You watch him pause before lifting another, weighing its place in tomorrow's meal. These are mostly small bronze or copper coins, the kind that mattered most when buying bread or a corner of shelter. The market is quiet now, though you can still sense its echoes. Hours ago, the Thames carried sharp voices and shuffling crowds, furs laid out on cloth, baskets of salted fish, fruit brought up river. Each purchase passed from hand to hand with these same worn coins. Now the stalls are shuttered, the streets muted, but their smells remain. The river pushes damp mud through every crack, its scent heavy in the air. The traders' clothes carry olive oil and fragments of spice, a residue of the ships and journeys that pass through this city. Londinium might seem vast, paved with Roman stone and impressive gates, but for him it has shrunk to this patch of lamplight, this table, this pouch in which he hides his living. He works slowly, sorting each coin as though it could vanish in the straw underfoot. Straw softens every movement, yet one fall of copper could mean a heartbeat of panic before the coin is found again. A quiet lesson in how fragile wealth really is, when it can slip so easily out of sight. Each coin lands with the same small motion, but you feel how much it depends on that rhythm. The empire's stone walls speak of power, yet here survival is measured in scraps of metal. One pouch tied tightly, one not checked again. This is safety tonight. Even now, centuries later, archaeologists uncover coins like these from London's soil. The same small copper or bronze pieces dropped in the rush of a day, buried by time. They remind us that every handful mattered. The light narrows as the oil burns lower. The coins gleam dull in the haze, their carvings softened by endless use. They once paid a soldier his ale, bought a sailor bread after docking, or exchanged for flour in the market. Now they stack in front of this man, who counts them with care because he must. A few extra mean a better loaf, perhaps cheese, maybe warmth against the cold. A few fewer mean thinner meals, longer days, and nights with little rest. This balancing act is the hidden story under every tiled roof, beneath every Roman arch. The grandeur of the city endures in stone, but the reality of its people rests on leather cords pulled tight around small pouches. You notice him touch the seams of the pouch, pressing gently to be sure none will slip free. His breath moves the flame, and the coins dim briefly as the knot pulls firm. Above all else, he guards what he has earned. His face in repose seems calm, but you sense the questions in his silence. Will bread cost more by morning? Will the coins suffice when the stalls open again? These are not questions answered by emperors or carved triumphs, but by each his own hand, checking the weight of a pouch. The empire across the map is grand, yet real survival rests on copper counted here in the dark. The market outside lies empty now, its cries replaced by the hush of dogs shifting in alleys and river water sliding unseen toward the sea. What remains are scents that cling, the damp breath of the Thames, the sharper notes of oil, the spice dust from trade. Together, they leave a mark on the day that will linger into the night. Inside this corner, the trader finishes, tucks the pouch close to his chest, and folds everything he hopes for inside its cord. The lamp's flame flutters lower, and still he counts the day as enough, even if it may not be tomorrow. You step from the stall into streets hushed by midnight. Tall stone walls rise steadily overhead, holding the city in. They appear solid, yet you've seen how thin the line of safety was. Copper coins, mud-soaked seams, hands checking knots in dim rooms. This was the true structure beneath the empire's weight. And as the night air cools, you sense how every life here is balanced on such fragile measures. Ahead lies another quiet, where different families listen to the dark under those same walls, searching for shelter in their own uncertain nights. If you find comfort in these quiet corners of the past, I'd love to have you subscribe and drift into more nights with us. You leave the Roman city behind and step into an Anglo-Saxon night. The stone walls still rise above you, but they're scarred and broken, ivy-covering places where soldiers once stood. Inside, the remains of Londinium are quiet, crumbled arches, empty courtyards, streets that no longer hold families. Beyond these ruins, new homes have grown up, clusters of wood and reed gathered just outside the walls, where life has moved to the edges. The old stones stand hollow, while new sounds and fires flicker among timber huts. The air carries layers of scent, damp soil, thin smoke, faint river water drifting from the Thames. A house squats low to the ground, with its roof of thatch and reed. Thin shutters pull tight against the dusk. A heavy bar drops across the inside of a door, not with ceremony, but as part of every evening. A dog shifts at the threshold. A child whispers a question, quickly hushed. A torchlight moves along the path outside. Each sound passes like a thread, weaving the hush of a settlement that waits through the hours until morning. Inside these homes, space is close. Families gather around a fire, some sitting on benches, others on bundles of straw. Grain is hidden under lids and cloth, pots tucked near the warmest part of the hearth. A corner of the room holds a coop of chickens, brought indoors to protect against theft or hunger. Nothing is left outside. What little people have is kept within arm's reach. Safety is not found in walls of stone, but in keeping food, children, and fire all close together. By the river, the earlier noise has gone quiet. In daylight, traders filled this patch near the water with goods, dried fish, cloth, simple handmade bowls. Now the stalls are bare. The night belongs to the soft walk of the watch. Two figures step slowly with torches, their firelight pushing against the dark. They carry no certainty, only a hope of listening well. Everyone remembers that raiders can come by water, without warning. Viking ships are only a rumour in the dark, but a rumour powerful enough to change every night's rhythm. The people here do not speak of raids boldly. Their fear lies in soft words at the hearth. A mother quiets her child with a note of warning. Stillness is safety. The thin walls let words travel far, so every voice lowers at night. Children learn to listen as much as they learn to speak. They hear branches move outside, or a board shift as the house settles. The lesson is not written down, only lived. Trust silence and trust the ears that are always open. The roofs hold reed piled in layers. In the rain, drops slip through in narrow lines, spattering into bowls and onto the earth floor. But tonight the stars are visible through thin gaps. By day, this patchwork seems natural. By night, it feels incomplete. Parents pull their children closer on straw mats, pressing bodies and blankets together as a shield. Their comfort is not the ruined gates of Rome, a short walk away, but the warmth of each other's breathing. What remains of the old empire is only a backdrop. What matters tonight is human closeness and quiet vigilance. At the edge of the walls, where torchlight catches stone, some men lean against the ruins themselves. The cut blocks, once proud, are dented and patched with wood. Old strength shows, but only an outline. Every creak in the dark is heard, considered. The splash of a fish, the rustle of reeds, the cry of a night bird. None of these are certain signs of harm, yet each could be. To live here is to hear too much, to weigh every sound against memory. The stories that move quietly through the settlement are shaped by loss. A family without barley because raiders burn their stores. A cousin gone missing after an attack farther south. These are murmured tales rather than open talk, but the weight of them presses into every home. Even the smallest children know not to trust the river at night. That knowledge arrives without sharp lessons, forming slowly, breathed in like smoke from the fire. Yet amid this unease, life holds a rhythm of care. A father stirs the coals halfway through the dark, coaxing a dull orange glow into flame for warmth. Children shift, reaching into animal skins, turning half asleep. A mother checks the pot tied with a cloth, its lid sealed to keep out mice. The steps are simple and repeated. They are quiet answers to a world that presses. Each motion whispers the same plan, to hold on until first light. Walking paths between houses, the shapes are close and uneven. Reed roofs sag at the edges, posts lean toward each other. Mud darkens the ground underfoot. Small lanes wind but carry no stone order, yet in their lines lies community. Families build next to others, huts overlapping in warmth and task. Through thin walls, you detect faint murmurs and occasional prayers, half-spoken, half-breathed. A cough sound, but it is muffled quickly. Words fold back into firelight. The ruins stand nearby, but they feel far from daily trust. Stones rise as backdrop, reminders of something tall and straight. Yet each person knows safety lies in human eyes that do not close entirely, in murmured checks shared between neighbours, in a hope that travellers by water keep moving past. Vigilance is softer than stone, but it is the only barrier people believe in fully now. To sleep in full silence would be dangerous. To rest half awake is the habit of survival. The night stretches onward. You see stars scatter across the sky. Air carries damp chill. Inside houses, a father sits still, with a wooden staff across his knees. A child wriggles in the dark, presses against a mother's hand. Each home opens part of itself to the night, through roof gaps or thin walls, but never entirely. Sound drifts between shelters like smoke, low-end whispers, an ember stirred, a prayer drawn out longer than usual. These are the collective doors held shut against the night. Food stays central to every thought. A sack of grain tied under a bench is not only a meal, but a family's winter made fragile. Rats threaten as much as raiders do. Rain, mould, theft, each shrinks stores without warning. To keep food safe is to keep family alive. Daily chores circle back to this truth. hiding sacks, barring doors, keeping pots close to the fire. Nothing here is casual, nothing careless. At night, survival rests on the nearness of food and fire. This is not a time of plenty. You feel it in every household, pressed tight around small flames. Survival is made of small checks, watching the river, stirring the hearth, guarding sacks, listening against the quiet. Fear is real, but so is rest, however light. They trade in balance, enough sleep to rise again, enough listening to not be surprised. Every dusk comes with questions, every dawn with tired answers. People mend roofs, rebuild fences, patch every gap, all against the same old uncertainty. Standing here outside the walls, you feel the difference between what Rome built and what has replaced it. The solid stone is only a shadow. This living town is wood, smoke, reed and human care. It has no marble, but it outlasts in rhythm. Hope, not grandeur, carries people forward night by night. The hours pass slowly until pale light begins to touch the earth. Watchmen shift their weight. Embers brighten. Barred doors lift as households press into another day. Smoke rises as cooking begins again. The scar of night folds back, but no one forgets its edge. Each day stretches only until evening returns, when the same bar will drop, the same pots will be checked, and the same ears will remain half open. Your steps move with the slow brightening sky. The walls blur behind you as the wooden lanes expand forward. You sense the next set of struggles waiting. No longer about stone or raiders, but about hunger itself. For the families who will come after, survival will mean guarding food into the night, scraps as precious as treasure, tucked away with care beneath simple coverings. Night closes over medieval London, dim and heavy, carrying the staleness of smoke and drains. Along narrow lanes, shutters are drawn tight, and behind one small wooden door, a woman bends over a plain chest. The glow of her fire is fading, yet she moves carefully, wrapping 2 scraps of bread in a cloth and sliding them under a thin layer of straw. With her palm she presses it down until the surface looks ordinary, as though nothing lies beneath it. Her room is little more than earth underfoot and timber overhead. Beside her sits a small loaf, coarse and dark, baked from rye and oats ground roughly. In lean years, wheat is scarce, its price driven up by famines and failed harvests, far from reach for households like this one. She remembers when wheat bread was possible, but those loaves feel distant now. What settles on her table is heavier, built from lesser grains, sour on the tongue, but able to hold off hunger. Tonight, even this rough bread feels like wealth. Around her, the proof of shortage sits plainly. By the hearth, a pot holds thin broth, stretched with roots. A bucket near the door guards water for the hours ahead. Each small store is checked again before she rests. The bread hidden beneath straw is not only food, it is peace for one more dawn. She folds the cloth twice, her hand resting there a long moment, as though to quiet her own thoughts as much as to guard the chest. Earlier that day, the market square showed its strain. Where once baskets brimmed, now stalls leaned half empty, merchants selling little at high prices. Families counted coins slowly, often leaving with nothing at all. Those who managed to buy carried food close, arms drawn around their baskets. Hunger pulls at trust. Friends who once shared openly become watchful. In some streets, hunger has meant neighbours giving to one another. In others, it has meant looking the other way so no one sees what you keep. She remembers both stories, and that is why her bread must stay hidden. The children stir on their bedding of straw pressed against the wall. One clutches a crust in a tight hand, even as sleep tugs at his eyes. Another whispers, asking if there is enough for tomorrow. Their mother smooths the thin blanket and tells them to rest. She does not answer their question. Promises cost more than she can risk, but her touch and her voice carry what comfort she can. Hunger makes a night long. It brings restless turns and small sounds in the dark. For her, the chest is more than wood and straw. It is the last line between her family and fear. Even her husband, returning empty-handed, with shoes muddy from searching for work, does not ask. He glances at the chest, knowing what lies within. His silence matches hers. Their questions are the same, though neither will speak them aloud. Tomorrow will open with the same weight. Will there be enough to eat or not? You lean closer and notice the bread itself. The crust is rough, the colour dark, the shape more dense than light. It chews grainy, with flavours from beans and peas ground into it for bulk. It lacks the softness of better loaves, yet fills the belly enough to keep strength through the day. Over time, people have taught themselves to accept the coarseness because acceptance is easier than going without. Each bite may be hard, but every crumb carries the shape of endurance. The night outside lies shallow, broken by faint sounds, a dog barking far off, cartwheels creaking and then gone. Inside, the house is quiet but not at ease. The woman leans back against the chest, shawl pulled tight, eyelids heavy. She listens between breaths for the scuffle of rats under walls or for footsteps too close to her door. Her body grows tired, but her ears do not. In hunger, sleep feels fragile. Peace comes not from locks or watchmen, but from knowing the bread is hidden, wrapped tight beneath straw. In nearby homes, the same pattern repeats. Food is stored in odd corners, cloth coverings pulled tight, scraps hidden from sight. Families whisper prayers before lying down. Some neighbours share small gifts from their store, others guard theirs with silence. Each house carries its own blend of kindness and caution. In times like this, survival bends both ways. The streets remain dark, yet they thrum silently, with choices made for family, choice by choice, bread by bread. You let your eyes wander the room again. The chest sits plain, its surface rough with use. On any other day, it would mean nothing at all. Tonight, it holds the shape of safety. More than coins, more than tools, that simple hiding place carries life through until morning. Even the children's dreams seem tied to it, their hands still hovering near the last crusts on their mats. The room cools, the fire sighs lower, and still their breaths circle the same small hope. The silence stretches, yet it carries weight. You hear straw shift slightly under the woman as she settles to guard the chest. A protest from the timbers breaks the hush, a board giving a soft groan above her head, then nothing again. Her thoughts move not toward plenty, but toward tomorrow's crumbs and the courage to hold what remains. Here, survival is not a noisy effort, but a quiet defence, the closing of a lid, the folding of a cloth, the guarding of a breath. In this one small room lies the truth of famine's hold. Hunger has drawn lines around every act, forcing thrift and watchfulness in homes all across the city. Beyond the lanes, stone buildings stand black, markets unruly, and yet the real measure of survival rests here, beneath straw. What riches can weigh against the security of one hidden loaf? The woman knows the answer, and so do her children, even in half sleep. The night thins as hours sink deeper. The woman's head bows slowly, though her hands still rest near her chest. The fire drops to ash. Around her, the city grows quiet enough to carry the sound of river water pushing against its banks. For now, the hunger is held at bay. For now, the bread lies safe where no rat or hand can touch it. This night will bring them through thinly into the reach of morning light. And yet, as you sit within the hush of this dwelling, a shadow hangs heavier than famine itself. You sense it in the air, in the smoke that lingers around the beams, in the fragility of lives that depend on fire no less than bread. The city stirs in ways that hunger alone cannot shape. Soon another kind of night will fall, one born not of empty fields but of swift consuming flame. Its mark will not be hidden beneath straw. It will burn into every wall and street. And when that night comes, London will wake to smoke and ruin spread as far as the eye can see. Morning in London has broken into silence unlike any before. The fire is gone, but its shadow lingers. You stand on streets where the walls are scorched into black, and familiar lanes no longer hold their outlines. Roof beams sit as crooked skeletons, still smoking in places. Stones wear streaks of soot like bruises. This was the Great Fire of 1666, and its wound lies open across the heart of the city. Everywhere you look, the air presses against you with the bitter weight of ash. It settles on your skin and clings to your throat with every breath. A broken jug lies half hidden in the ruins, its sides blistered from heat. A child nearby sits silently, his face streaked dark where tears cut through the soot, hands curled tight around one blanket. Not far away, a woman bends with a broom of twigs, clearing a small square of ground where her doorway once stood. These plain gestures feel louder than any cry. Families gather among heaps of timber and stone. The things they saved are tied into rags. Pots missing handles, a blackened candlestick, a chest too small to hold more than scraps. They set these pieces beside them, each one naming the life they once had. Nothing more can be added. You see the way eyes drift to the gaps where homes had been. Silence fills the space where hope has not yet found its words. Rain has fallen since the flames ran wild, and the moisture carries smoke deeper into the ruin. The acrid scent lingers at every turn, clinging to skin and cloth in a way that washing cannot remove. Black dust mixes with water into a paste that rubs into shoes, smeared across door stones and hands alike. Walking through these streets means carrying their stain, as if the city has branded each person with its memory. Children trace the wreckage, scavenging for boards half burned but still sound enough to carry. They drag them into small piles, the wood sharper with soot and brittle under touch. Men lift stones, feeling for cracks, setting aside those strong enough to hold weight again. Women wipe down whatever can be cleaned, iron hinges, scorched benches, broken lids. Little is whole, but little is wasted. Even in ruin, use can still be found. The shelters people shape for themselves feel thin. Carts pulled to the edges of the city are covered with fabric stretched across uprights, families making space to lie in rows beneath them. In corners spared by the fire, kin take others in. Rooms pressed too full with cousins and strangers, who suddenly must share walls for months ahead. The fire has forced a city comfortable with closeness into greater closeness still. Your steps carry through what were once narrow lanes. Now they stretch strangely open, long clear runs where timber once crowded against timber. Old London's twisted alleys are gone, replaced by new emptiness. For tonight, no walls rise where houses stood. The skyline feels bare, the void unsettling against the stars. You can hear people murmuring about tomorrow, of how streets will one day grow wider, walls built of stronger brick. They do not yet know of Christopher Wren, and how he will design churches to rise again, with St. Paul's rebuilt to watch above the city. Tonight, those thoughts wait at the edges of smoke. Tonight is for finding places to sleep. Even in such bleak surroundings, people claim small patterns of order. A family on the roadside sets spoons in a neat line on a table plank rescued from fire. No meal is ready, but children follow the spoons with their eyes, quieting. An old man rests his hand along the rim of a cracked jug, then places it upright beside him, as though the act itself is dignity. A girl takes half-burnt apples and divides them one by one between families sitting near. Nothing wasted, not even fruit charred along the edge. These gestures may not feed hunger fully, yet they stitch lives together against despair. The fire has touched everything, even the city's great church. St. Paul's lies shattered, its vaulted roof buckled into rubble, and its walls split under the heat. The gap it leaves feels larger than the ruin itself, a hole in memory, in identity, in what the city thought was unshakable. People stand silent before it, eyes fixed upward at the sky where towers should still rise. The absence is heavier than the ash underfoot. Night spreads across this ash-filled city, though no flames leap anymore. Instead, red pinpoints smoulder from beams hidden deep in the rubble. Smoke unwinds in thin ribbons still, lifting towards stars that pierce through for the first time in days. Families lie close across dirt paths, covering themselves with cloaks, though even the fabric carries the weight of soot. Whispers move among them, names of kin not seen since the fire began. Worries traded softly, some silences too deep for words. Sleep arrives in fragments, thin and restless. From where you stand, what comes through clearest are not speeches or plans, but the smallest acts. A woman sweeping ground, now open to chill air. A father pulling his child closer, under a cloth heavy with dust. Neighbours trading pieces of food, blackened yet still edible. Recovery begins, not as an order or decree, but as fragments of care shaped in the dark. In the days ahead, the city will change. Rebuilding will give space to wide streets, where cramped alleys once twisted. Fire breaks against another disaster. Stronger stone will hold walls, roofs laid with tile more than timber. Wren's designs will lift not just St. Paul's, but dozens of churches, their spires stretching above smoke toward light again. Those things belong to the years beyond. Here now, survival means simply pressing through the hours, guarding what few belongings remain, seeking enough sleep to rise with the dawn. The fire has stripped London of its shape, but dignity takes other forms. You see it when families arrange their cracked fragments into circles mimicking rooms, or when they set tables upright just to sit beside them. You see it in hands that clear soot from thresholds, even if walls no longer surround them. You see it in the quiet that falls between neighbours, sharing burnt apples as though they are feasts. These are the small signs that life refuses to stop. Before dawn, the embers cool at last, their glow fading into grey. The city wakes to stillness, roofless and bare. Soot remains on hands and lungs, too deep to shake away. Though the skyline is broken and familiar places gone, the rhythm of persistence has already begun. Bundles unpacked, boards stacked, food divided, blankets adjusted over shoulders. The night has not offered answers, it allowed only endurance. Yet even endurance builds a shape. You notice it in the way families move close, rooms imagined into being with the placing of a jug or the smoothing of a blanket. These acts will thread forward into mornings, filling absence with quiet determination. And though this night ends, smoke will not vanish from London. Time will bring a different kind of darkness, not the orange of flame, but a black soot drawn from chimneys and engines. Nights ahead will be smothered again, not by fire's ruin, but by air grown heavy as coal itself, pressing into lungs with each breath. In those streets, the struggle will take another form, yet survival will echo the same through small gestures and stubborn care. You step into a Victorian street, and the first thing you notice is the air. It clings to your skin and settles in your chest as though the city itself is smouldering. Soot lies on brickwork in soft layers, spills through open windows, and creeps into every crevice. Locals sometimes call it the Big Smoke, and it is not hard to see why. Coal fires from homes and factories leave their mark on everything. Even the grass in the parks looks grey, and sheep graze dark against it, their coats matted with fine soot that never truly washed away. Each house breathes the same haze inward. Walls are tinted, leaves pressed flat with grit, laundry stained before it can dry. The chimneys stretch without pause, their clouds looping heavy in the sky. You wipe your hand along a railing and carry away a black streak that smears across your palm. And this is ordinary, part of the city's rhythm now, as settled as rain or wind might once have been. The work that drives these chimneys hums without rest. Listen for a moment, and you hear the clatter of belts and pulleys, metal striking metal, wheels turning. The glow of factory windows spreads orange across the streets, shifting to a dull red as the night thickens. Industry stretches out mile after mile, its breath turning the fog into a blanket of ash. Families go about their evenings with it pushing against their doors. Step into one small home and you notice the balance people fight for. A child coughs in the corner, and her mother presses an old rag along the sill of the window, already black from the day's dust. She rinses it into a basin, the water clouding until it looks like ink, then wipes again. The soot is back even as she scrubs, but she keeps at it. It is the only way to hold a space that feels safe, to claim a few square feet that the smoke cannot fully own. The house smells faintly of soap, mixed with cabbage boiled long past noon. Here, survival is not a loud act of defiance, but the steady rhythm of washing, scraping, and sweeping each night. When people return from the mills, the streets fill with their shadows. Coats gleam dark where coal dust has mingled with grease. Shoulders droop after days that often begin before daylight and stretch far past it. Children trail behind them, their small bodies carrying the same weight of exhaustion. Some began very young, some as young as 5, crawling below machines to collect scraps or tie threads. Their cheeks are hollow, their hands rubbed raw. If they smile at all, it is faint and fleeting. Inside these rooms, night does not mean rest. A mother sets clothing into a basin, kneeling by lamplight to scrub each piece until her knuckles press white through the grime. A father pulls a boot onto his knee, stitching its seam with clumsy fingers worn stiff from machines. Children eat hard bread at the table, the crust softened just enough with water or broth to make it chewable. The crust is bitter, but it holds them through until dawn. Meals this plain are hard won. They cost nearly as much as the work itself. What rules this city is not the sun or the moon, but the bells of the factories. They rise sharply before dawn, pulling entire districts to their feet, and release them deep into the evening, when life outside is already dark. All the while, the chimneys breathe on. A walk through the streets at night reveals no rest, soot drifting down in steady waves, windows traced in shadows of grime, alleys sticky with ash, boys with sacks of coal still march in groups, leaving trails the wind cannot carry away. In this rhythm, the city chews hours as easily as it devours air. Every home responds in the same cycle. Curtains are drawn, lamps are lit if oil can be spared. The soot is wiped again from windowsills. Scrubbing rags wear thin from the endless work. Soap and coal mix into a sour trace that hangs in the air, never fully gone. Each morning begins with wiping, and each night ends with wiping. The clean in itself becomes part of living, necessary, repeating, endless. Although the smoke always returns, the act of fighting it is what enables people to maintain their shape against it. Without these small rituals, despair would creep in faster than soot. In this air, you can almost taste the damage it does to the body. Years of dust breathing down through narrow lungs brought coughs that rarely healed, spines bent too early, and lives shortened. Poor ventilation in homes and factories made evenings heavy with sickness. Children rasped when they tried to laugh, and grown men coughed until their bodies shook. This was not just smoke that stained fabric, it was smoke that lived inside each breath, slow in its mark but relentless. And yet, even here, there are traces of hope. A father, tired as he is, lifts a book and urges his son to read. The words stumble, the letters blurred half in shadows. But effort alone matters. Parents squeeze out hours stolen from sleep so their children may start building futures outside the machines, even if the pages are stained as their clothes are. 2 hours of lessons were promised by law for children in some factories. A small victory pulled slow through Parliament. Young ones still dragged themselves home exhausted. Yet the idea of learning had begun to edge in alongside the grind. Whispers of change circulate, though never fast enough for those who breathe this air each night. The factory acts, the promises of shorter hours or chances at school, hang like distant bells, audible but faint. The Mines and Collieries Act keeps children and women from underground tunnels now, and the 10-hour bill speaks of rest at last for women and young people. Though the improvements feel more dream than reality, for most, soot still dictates, filling not only rooms but futures. Walking along the alleys, you pass lines of washing strung high and heavy. They do not flutter white, but sag grey by dusk, already shadowed again with grit. A woman beats dust from a blanket, even as a fresh layer falls. Her balance is not in winning against it, but in refusing to leave it longer than a night. Cleaning has become a household's second occupation, matched only by survival itself. This is progress in its most brutal form. Machines roaring, jobs abundant, coal feeding the city, and yet in the silence of the night, the real progress is families who scrub and sweep enough to make tomorrow livable. You can still hear laughter now and again, carried softly between rows of windows. Tired children tumble across mats, mothers speak through cracked voices of stories remembered, fathers crouch by tiny tables, and peace boots back together. These small pulses of life resist the heaviness outside. Smoke slips into every space, yet it has not caught everything. It cannot choke out the stubbornness of finding comfort, of turning one crumb of bread into supper, of gathering families around a lamp, too dim to truly light the room. As the night moves deeper, lamps flicker low, rooms hush enough that the soft cough of one child seems to echo, then fades into silence again. Outside, the chimneys do not pause. Ash rises, drifts, and settles back down in the same cycle it always has. London keeps burning through the hours as though it can never stop. Families draw themselves tighter under covers that already smell of smoke, resigned to waking with the same black dust waiting on their windowsills. It is not victory, but endurance. Each life continues between layers of soot, every breath reminding them of the cost. This is what it meant to live in the big smoke, to greet every day with lungs filled by the city, hands marked by coal, walls dimmed by shadows that no cloth can fully remove. And still, despite this weight, homes remained alive, scrubbed, guarded, worn through, yet carried forward. And beyond these nights of soot and coughs, another kind of darkness waits. Soon it will not be chimneys, but the sky itself that drags sound and smoke down into the city. Families will once again gather in small spaces, pressed together for safety. In that chapter, survival will come not from sweeping dust, but from finding stillness underground. You step down the narrow stairs into a tube station at night. The first thing you notice is the sound of breathing. Hundreds of quiet breaths rising and falling together, filling the tunnel in a steady tide. The air is cool, but damp as though it has seeped into your coat already. The walls around you are raw concrete, cold even at a distance. Electric lights flicker above, making a pale glow across blankets spread on the platform. People lie side by side, families pressed close, each finding space where trains once waited. Some nights, tens of thousands slept here, packed together into what felt like a hidden village beneath the city. The feeling is both refuge and reminder. Above ground, households wait for sirens, for bombs that level whole streets. The trembling still reaches underground, muffled yet clear enough to make shoulders tense. Some close their eyes tightly, hoping for rest. Others glance upward, at each rumble, knowing exactly what it is. Everyone keeps something close, a ration tin, a battered gas mask, a child's worn toy. You walk among rows of blankets, hearing only soft voices, words kept short so as not to travel too far. It did not begin this way. At first, the government discouraged people from sheltering in tube stations, urging them to find safer places. But need was stronger. As the raids continued, families climbed down anyway, carrying blankets and tin cans. Soon the authorities gave way, and the tunnels grew into communities of their own. What began as desperation became a kind of nightly routine. Here order comes in simple patterns. Faces sink into stillness, breaths join into rhythm, and the wardens walk slowly down the rows with clipboards, counting again and again. A kettle sits steaming on a crate stove, shared mugs carrying warmth into cold hands. Neighbours lean toward each other, breaking bits of bread or fruit to spread among children who have already eaten their own. It is survival, softened by community. The bombs above mark fear, but food and tea below mark dignity. Children still stir with restless energy. They run across the platform until a parent's whisper pulls them back. Their feet slap loudly against the stone, echoing past the drips of water that fall from pipes overhead. A few point at the drips, laughing briefly, before curling themselves under damp blankets again. Small games hang on until exhaustion claims them. Around the edges of the platform, committees grow almost without seeking. A warden reminds people to clear the walkways. A neighbour takes coins in a tin to buy disinfectant the next day. A prayer is spoken low by a clergyman at one end of the tunnel, barely louder than a hum, for whoever wishes to hear. It is not silence, but a rhythm of order. Soft steps, quiet words, the rattle of pencil stubs on clipboards. The place holds together because it must. Smells tell you as much as voices. Damp concrete, the tang of smoke pressed into coats, a trace of cabbage carried from someone's tin. Tobacco drifts faintly from the market smoking corner. These blend into one crowded sense of survival. A mother waves smoke away from her child. A man adjusts his bundle so it will not spill. Living so close has turned private lives outward. Each person's air belongs to everyone else. A teacher kneels with a cluster of children, chalk scraping faintly on slates across their knees. Letters sound shy in the dim light, repeated carefully by tired voices. It is not much, but more than nothing. Routine itself carries people forward. Lessons at a platform's edge, stories murmured near the pipes, games played in chalk when fear is quieter. Things that seem ordinary become essential, for they remind families that war has not erased everything. Music sometimes threads through the air. A woman hums softly, a lullaby for her child, yet the tunnel catches the sound and carries it beyond her small circle. A few others join under their breath, enough to widen the sound, but never enough to become loud. The effect is like another blanket folded out in the damp. Notes drift further than cloth, warming strangers as well as kin. The raids punctuate the hours. A detonation overhead shakes dust from the ceiling. Heads lift, hands clench children tighter, but no scream escapes. Adults measure the sounds in silence and prepare only by holding still. The breathing grows quick for a moment, then slows again. These people cannot decide the outcome above. They can only outlast it here. Survival is patience, stretched across one more night. You lift your eyes to see platforms lined with shapes under blankets, belongings stacked close. Each group is its own little household. Pots beside coats, tins near shoes, bundles tied with string. Together, it becomes more than households, a city set underground. It has no streets, yet its walls hold the murmur of order, of life without daylight. What strikes you is endurance held quietly. A woman brushes crumbs from a cloth, folding it smooth despite cracks in the floor. A child clutches a toy soldier, asleep with his hand closed hard. A man sits upright, boots still laced, his hat pulled low across his eyes. These are gestures of care, not defiance. The dignity is plain, found in acts as small as tidying one's own square of stone. As the hours lighten above, the atmosphere shifts, sirens fade, rumbles thin. No one rushes up the stairways yet. Families stir late, pack blankets, repack tins, tie ropes around bundles heavy with dampness. Clothes carry the musty smell of concrete and close air. Faces are tired, but they rise. Above lies another day of queues, shortages, tasks that feel endless. But here, underground, they forged enough safety to begin again. You pause before leaving, listening to the tunnel after many have gone. The echoes do not clear with them. They linger, the murmur of prayers, the shuffling of boots, the hum of songs. It feels as though the walls keep the memory. For a night, this space has been something greater than shelter. It has been a village shaped by patience, by sharing, by quiet order. The war is still waiting up above. Life will not pause for those who survived the night here. People climb into the grey dawn to face lines, rations, and whatever the city allows them that day. And yet after so many nights, the tube holds a trace of what kept them steady. Care shared in close quarters and dignity held in small persistent ways. In that memory, the quiet endurance of London remains, pressing forward into another morning. The morning feels damp and slow, the sky still grey from the night. You stand in a line that stretches quietly along the street, a coupon pinched between your fingers. The shop ahead has yet to open, but already coats and scarves gather under the drizzle, the line moving only in shallow shifts of feet on wet stone. Breath hangs in faint clouds, and no one asks to be anywhere else but here. Rationing has turned queues into ritual, and a paper coupon into something as valuable as money itself. This is post-war London. Bombs no longer fall, but the limits they left remain. Food is measured by the government's ration book system, sheets of small coupons that decide not only what you will eat, but if you will eat at all. Without those pages, coins mean little. A slip of paper holds the weight once reserved for silver. Mothers keep the books tucked close, children pressed against their sides. Men in tired suits wait silently, hands in pockets, hats pulled low. All of them carry the same quiet hope that by the time they reach the counter, something is left to buy. The line breathes together, each person the same distance from hunger. You notice the shuffle of boots against damp ground, the smell of wet wool from coats that have held rain a dozen times before. Children frown at their shoes, tracing dark shapes in puddles, while whispering questions that no one answers firmly. Their parents only give soft replies or none at all, because this is no surprise. The wait is part of life. In the evenings, people prepare their ration books, count their coupons, and imagine meals to come. The planning is as constant as the queuing. You can almost see those calculations behind lowered eyes. How many cups of tea a spoonful of sugar can make? How many suppers a knob of butter can stretch? The shop shutters are still drawn, but yellow lamplight spills faintly from within. Faces tilt toward it. Some know already what might be scarce. Butter will vanish swiftly. Eggs, if any came at all, will be gone before mid-morning. Meat, sliced thinner than anyone wants, will not stretch far. Flour and sugar, if they appear, will not sit long on the shelves. The store does not open with excitement, but with uncertainty, and still everyone waits. When the latch finally shifts, the line leans forward all at once with the slow relief of progress. Inside the shop, the smell is sharp with ink and paper. The clerk raises his hand, stamps a book, tears a coupon, then again the same. 2 swift motions repeated without pause. His fingers are smudged faint blue from ink, his eyes dull with repetition. Behind him, small piles stand in rows, blocks of butter lined like bricks, jars of jam arranged almost ceremoniously, glass bottles catching glints of light as if holding more than milk. The shelves look ordered, but the space between jars speaks louder than what remains. The people move forward with patience that feels practiced. Mothers bend low to whisper reminders of how to use dried eggs. Men exchange notes about food stretching further with lentils or barley. A neighbour mentions baking with root vegetables, how mashed carrots can bind flour into something sweet. Their voices are low, not meant to hide but to keep the rhythm unbroken. Each piece of advice speaks louder than a pamphlet handed out by the ministry. These tips are tested by kitchens, traded quietly, and saved for the days when even rations fall short. You notice the way the line advances. A page turns from the ration book. A stamp presses down. A coupon is torn away. A packet is handed forward. The sound of paper and stamp echoes sharp between soft voices, as steady as a metronome. Each person gives up a slip and gains a bundle. No more and no less. Coins come last, almost as an afterthought. What truly changes hands is the marked page crossed through until the next week. By the time you reach the counter, the gaps stand obvious. Paper-wrapped pats of butter now number only a few. A clerk weighs sugar into bags so small you feel the scarcity in your palm. Meat looks thin, almost translucent under the light. Yet each is placed into your parcel carefully, as though the neatness itself can make up for the lack. You nod thanks, though your eyes trace the shelves already grown barer behind him. Complaints find no space. No one argues with what is absent. Gratitude, even if muted, carries more dignity here. You step outside again, the parcel barely pressing weight against your pocket, yet carrying meals for days. The drizzle continues, heavier on your coat now, though you feel the lighter pull of having gained something. The line still stretches behind you, and for many, the shelves will be emptier when their turn comes. The rhythm is set already. Tomorrow another line, another page stamped, another wait under a grey sky. At home, the packages are opened with careful hands. Butter is pressed into a jar so thin it must be spread with the edge of a knife. Sugar is measured and tucked away, each teaspoon accounted for against future tea. A tin of powdered egg sits not proudly, but steadily, waiting its turn to be whisked into something passable. The family table is dressed with these items not as bounty, but as a guarantee, the smallest protection against the day ahead. Meals form slowly. Potatoes are peeled into stews, root vegetables added for weight, dumplings stretched with flour that was not meant for plenty, but forced to serve. Bread appears in slices, cut evenly, so no one gets more than their fair measure. Sweets made of carrots or beetroots reach children's hands, their flavours odd, but treated as treasure. Nothing is wasted, not broth nor scrap of crust. To cook now is not to choose, but to make do. And yet, in the small kitchen, the act of eating together feels steadying. Families gather over bowls and cups, speaking in low voices of gardens behind their homes. The beans that climb the stakes, the few tomatoes reddening against walls. These patches, called for in the Dig for Victory campaign, give more than food. They give pride. Children remove handfuls of carrots, as though they were prizes, proof that the earth itself is still on their side. A single cucumber, lifted high, feels like victory greater than a sugar bag from the market. Every crumb carries meaning. Leftovers are folded into tomorrow's broth, crusts saved for bread puddings or pies. Meals repeat, ingredient by ingredient, yet they are never dismissed. Hunger makes each bite count, no matter how slight. Families learn to eat with attention, to turn scarcity into rhythm, and within that rhythm grows patience. To queue was one part of survival. To sit and eat evenly is another. The day winds down as lamps glow faintly in kitchens across the city. Plates are cleared, scraps set aside, and rations stacked in jars for the next meal. At the table tonight, the family eats enough. Not abundance, but enough. And that is the measure people carry with them into the night. Outside, the city quiets under another darkening sky, but you know its rhythms will rise again in the morning. The queues, the stamps, the weighing of portions, these are the new marketplaces of survival, each one leaving a mark long after the war's end. And as you finish this day's meal, you find yourself thinking of other places where food has always been gathered, measured, and shared. Markets echo the same struggle in different forms, their walls holding the weight of both scarcity and everyday hope. You step beneath the quiet arches of Borough Market at night. The stalls are shuttered, their counters bare, yet the stone still holds the day's scent, warm bread and sharp coffee. The air feels thick with memory, as though the echoes of 1,000 days of trade remain suspended, waiting to rise again in the morning. Your footsteps tap against old flagstones that have felt the same rhythm for centuries. This spot has been a trading place for nearly 1,000 years, and an Act of Parliament in the 1750s secured it here for generations, placing it under a charitable trust that continues to shape the life of the market today. Markets have always held survival in their air. Think of the medieval lanes in Southwark, thick with noise, women straining beneath baskets, forbidden from sitting, butchers pulling reluctant cattle down cramped streets, the clatter of scales measuring grain, each handful watched closely by hungry eyes. Then the mid-19th century arrived with iron and glass, enormous frames designed to let in light and push food swiftly across a city fastened to its railways. By the Victorian years, traders bustled beneath bright roofs, while locomotives thundered past, yet each seller still counted coins by lamplight, hoping that enough remained to feed their own household. And today's scene comes last. Modern displays under clean bulbs, neat chalked signs for cheeses and greens, stalls decked like shop windows, yet rooted in the same daily worry. Will today's sales be enough to manage tomorrow? These stages share a single thread. Food carried people forward through each uncertainty. Borough Market held that role, and across the river, Billingsgate filled another. Billingsgate was London's fish market, alive with barrels cracking open at dawn, air stinging with salt and scales. For centuries, both places worked in tandem, grain, fruit and bread to the south, fish to the north. Together, they made sure a city stretched across centuries of change still had meals to place on its tables. Night makes it easier to feel these layers. With the stalls closed, scents linger loosely in the air, bread's warm echo, fish sharp against the stone. You walk through arches that look almost museum-like in their silence, yet nothing here is displayed in cases. History breathes unguarded in the damp stone underfoot, in the rough iron beams overhead, in shutters pulled down against night. If you stand still, you can almost hear the melding of time. A fishmonger's call carried faintly through old stone, the thud of a butcher's blade on worn wood, the soft clink of coins dropped into wooden tills. These moments overlap, fading yet never entirely gone. The survival of custom shows most in small gestures passed forward. Watch the sellers greet each other at first light. A handshake still seals trust more firmly than a contract. Wooden tills still open with the same creak, their surfaces smooth from years of palms, counting out earnings. Traders still rise far earlier than the rest of the city, because to be first is to have a chance at enough. These rhythms are not quaint, they are endurance repeated across lifetimes. Yet alongside this weight of routine, markets always carried fatigue. In the 16th century, congestion pressed bodies into constant discomfort, women shifting their burdens endlessly as they stood long hours in mud. In the Victorian period, traders lifted crates with haste for fear of spoilage, each unsold stack a risk to their own table at home. And now, despite the more polished stalls, every merchant tallies the same sums before sleep, checking rent against profit, food against tomorrow's trade. The backdrop changes, but the question never does. Borough's buildings tell this story in stone and glass. Arches of Gothic weight give way to bright Victorian halls, then to Art Deco entrances and ironwork brought from elsewhere. Even a section of the Royal Opera House's floral hall stands folded into its structure now. The market is a patchwork of centuries, yet its purpose has held steady beneath each design. Livelihoods were shaped here, day after day, measured in bread, in fish, in coins crossing counters. At night, the market holds still, but it doesn't empty. Layers of scent and sound remain suspended in the air. You pass through the railway arch, listening to traffic hum above, and still your mind supplies other noises. Carts grinding against cobbles, traders shouting weights, children running across uneven boards. All of it coils into the present moment. The quiet arches are never truly empty. They are saturated with what came before. Think of a boy following his mother through a medieval crowd, her basket heavy with apples to sell. Think of a Victorian porter heaving crates under the iron canopy, sweat streaking his face in coal light. And think of a present-day seller wiping down counters, straightening a display, coins clustered in a small wooden till. He will count once more before locking the stall. These figures never stood together in time, but they share the same gesture, carrying survival one day forward into the next. The market proves itself most clearly in these continuities. Sellers sweep crumbs from boards, just like others did centuries earlier. Coins still fall the same way, metal against wood. Meat, fish, bread, grain, always the same core goods, differently wrapped, but the weight unchanged. Buyers count carefully, leaning across counters, asking whether it will stretch far enough. The words modify, the concern endures. By the time you leave, the space feels folded in memory. Borough Market is no monument. It is still alive, but its bones hold what countless days pressed into them. It reminds you quietly that tomorrow's meals have always depended on the same small acts: early rising, long hours, careful bargaining, coins counted before rest. Even as the stalls darken, the memory of fullness lingers, a reassurance that rhythm will begin again at dawn. Markets like these carry London's continuity. They bridge Southwark's medieval baskets, Victorian railway halls, and modern cafes, holding them all in the same arches. They remind you of every moment when people paused over food, whether grain, fish or bread, allowing survival to take form in ordinary exchanges. That rhythm is not loud, but it endures. And as you step back into the night, away from the ribs of iron and arching beams, you carry with you the knowledge that all of London's ages still breathe in this quiet space. Tomorrow's trade belongs to other hands, but the memory of counting coins lingers in the silence, as steady as a heartbeat. It is in that steadiness you realise the markets were never only about goods. They have always been about lives held in balance by simple numbers, small foods, and a bit of hope carried overnight. The arches remind you gently that what mattered then is the same as what matters now. Food gathered, coins tallied, rest taken against the weight of tomorrow. And when you think of this, the night leads you further still. Beyond arches and counters, past grain and fish, lies the truth that every family across London, in every age, settled into the dark with the same quiet need. A loaf tucked away, a coin counted on a table, a child pressed close against warmth. These are the threads that tie the city's nights together. Think of one quiet household in each age. A Roman child lies on a straw mat beneath a fading lamp, his father still turning coins at the table. A Tudor widow pulls a thin blanket close, while bells echo through a city bruised by plague. A Victorian worker lies in a narrow bed, his pillow dusted with soot from machines that filled his lungs that day. And in the last century, a family rests on concrete in a tube station, while the distant rumble above, unsettles their dreams. Each scene seems different, yet all fold into the same night. Food, shelter, and a watchful silence bind them together. These are the shared threads that have outlasted every empire, ruler, or war. What people carried with them when the lamps died was not grandeur, but need, plain, simple, and universal. Evenings in London have never meant conclusion, only pause. Families carried hunger and hope into the dark because neither dissolved with sundown. Sleep was a fragile bridge, not an escape. In Roman Londinium or a blitzed London street, the question was the same. Will there be enough to last until tomorrow? Listen closely, and the sounds fall into rhythm. The quiet clink of coins sliding into a pouch. The hush of shutters pulled tight against weather or fear. The scratch of a match setting one last flame before darkness. The soft cough of a child's breath in the night. Not loud sounds, but steady ones. Each carried the measure of survival more than speeches or victory bells above. The details look ordinary. A loaf pressed into straw, a hand sweeping soot from a sill, a ration book opened on a counter, a parent pulling their child closer on a damp stone. Simple motions, repeated without ceremony. And yet they drew the line between despair and another dawn. Imagine time folding across one street corner. A Roman child asleep beside his father's lamp. Above him, in another layer, a Saxon family pressed against each other, every ear straining for river sounds. Step higher still, and see a medieval girl biting the edge of hard barley bread before wrapping it away. Shift forward, and you find a Victorian mother, knuckles raw, wiping dust from a window. Above them all, wartime parents lean into each other under arches, their daughter tracing lines into cold concrete. None knew the others, yet all lived under the same night sky and whispered the same questions into the dark. Survival's true shape was always in these low places, in kitchens where bread was thinned but stretched to feed more mouths, in small rooms where families curled closer, not out of choice but out of necessity, in queues where every coin and coupon held the weight of tomorrow's meal. Lawmakers or kings filled daylight with proclamations, but at night the voices mattered less than whether food waited, whether walls stood, whether morning might bring light. Even the city itself seemed built for this rhythm. Bells did not simply keep time, they marked curfew, prayer or alarm. Lights, oil, candle or electric, did not only signal progress but steadied homes against darkness. And markets turned their shutters not simply to close, but to remind families to measure again, to plan what little they had. In these rituals, the real London revealed itself, and if you listen long enough, you can still hear them today. The imagined rustle of cloth hiding bread, the soft groan of wood shuttering against cold, the faint rattle of coins or slips of ration paper handled with care. These notes are not gone. They lie beneath the present city like an undercurrent. Your own breath folds into theirs, another layer in London's night-long chorus. Beds may be softer now, shelves more stable, streets more ordered. But the threads remain. We still ask for food to be there in the morning, a roof to keep out the weather, and a circle of warmth to keep fears outside. These needs have outlasted empires and networks and machines. They are the same pillars Londoners leaned upon from the first lamp to the latest switch. The grace of survival has always been quiet rather than grand. Those who endured the plague did so not in triumph, but by steady stillness, pulling shutters close. Factories did not leave workers stronger, but taught them the dignity of pocketing their coughs, sweeping again, lying down anyway. Families who hid bread beneath blankets or bent beneath soot found strength not in loud victory, but in persistence. In every century, survival wore the same face, soft, repeatable gestures. Every generation found its own noises to still before sleeping. Fires roaring, wheels pounding, machines rattling, sirens wailing. Yet each person ended the day by closing their eyes with some fragment of trust. A single hope folded underneath the blankets. That morning would arrive. The city lived on, not because it won grand battles in daylight, but because ordinary people counted enough to believe in dawn. So tonight, you meet that same rhythm yourself. You set down the strain of today, stack it quietly at your side, and give yourself to rest. In that act, you join the lines stretching back through Romans, Tudors, Victorians, and families huddled under concrete. Their breaths became your inheritance. Your breath becomes part of theirs. The continuity lies not in monuments, but in this quiet. History runs quietly beneath you now. When you settle your own worries for a few hours, you're stepping into the same ritual that carried generations before you. It is not a lecture on survival, but an invitation to rest in what they proved, that the simplest acts were enough. And when you close your eyes, you move into the same night, shared across centuries. Food, shelter, watchfulness, rest. These anchors still hold the city steady. Then and now. Each is an ordinary truth, yet together they have carried London forward. Here at the threshold of another night, you are not separate from them. You are part of the same story. The quiet of your own room folds into the lingering quiet of theirs. The rhythm continues unbroken. That is how London endured, and how you will too. So take one slow breath. Place your own weight gently on the same path they once carried, and trust that morning will arrive again. You close your eyes and London's story feels simpler. Not kings or parades, but quiet nights where ordinary people counted coins, guarded food, and held each other close. Across centuries it has always been the same. Small gestures carrying life forward into another day. Listen to the city tonight. The bells drift softly, the Thames moves steadily in the dark, and closed market stalls still whisper of hands that kept families fed. Ordinary acts, ordinary sounds, yet they built survival. Picture a small lamp turned down, the room easing into stillness. If these quiet stories help you rest or feel connected, you're always welcome to subscribe and return for another night. Sleep well. You step into present-day Manchester's northern quarter as rain falls on ancient stones. The city hums with modern life, but beneath your feet lie the remains of a Roman fort built nearly 2,000 years ago. Tonight, we'll walk through 1,000 years of Manchester nights. From Roman soldiers lighting torches in Mamucium Fort to Victorian factory workers collapsing after 16-hour shifts. From Blitz survivors huddling in shelters to ravers dancing until dawn in converted warehouses. Each era brought a different kind of rest, a different way to find peace after the day's struggles. We begin where it all started, in the quiet darkness of ancient Britain, where the first structured nights took shape around flickering flames. Before we settle in, if you enjoy these relaxing journeys into the past, like the video and subscribe for more quiet history evenings. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let's get comfortable and ease into tonight's journey. The torches cast dancing shadows as Roman soldiers move through their final duties at Mamucium Fort. You unbuckle your sword belt and set down your helmet feeling the weight of another day spent watching the forests beyond the river Medlock. 500 men call this remote outpost home, far from the marble columns and warm baths of Rome. Your barracks smell of wood smoke and wool as you settle into evening routines alongside your fellow soldiers. Some sharpen their weapons by flickering torchlight. Others mend torn clothing or polish armour for tomorrow's duties. The day began before dawn with trumpet calls and formation drills. You marched the perimeter roads, checked the grain stores, and practiced sword work until your arms burned. Every day follows the same pattern here, at this crossroads where two Roman roads meet, but tonight feels different. A merchant caravan arrived this afternoon from Gaul, bringing news from distant provinces. You remember the excitement in the civilian settlement just outside the fort's walls. Children ran alongside the wagons, while women called out greetings in Latin mixed with local British words. The vicus, as you call this growing village, depends on the fort for protection. Families of retired soldiers, traders, and craftsmen have built homes using stones from the nearby river. Their cooking fires still glow through small windows as you watch from the ramparts. Marcus, the soldier in the bunk next to yours, pulls out a wooden tablet and begins scratching letters with his stylus. He writes to his wife in Germania every few nights, saving up enough messages to send with the next courier heading north. His shoulders hunch over the wax tablet as he forms each careful word. You can see the longing in his face as he writes about the British weather and the strange foods the local people bring to trade. The Temple of Mithras sits carved into the hillside below the fort. Earlier today, you watched soldiers descend into its cool darkness for evening prayers. The bull-slaying god offers comfort to men far from home. You've attended the ceremonies yourself, sharing bread and wine with your brothers in arms while oil lamps flicker against painted walls. The altar to Fortuna Conservatrix stands in the Principia, where soldiers leave small offerings, asking the goddess to preserve their lives through another winter. You step outside and listen to the sounds of the night settling over Mamutium. Wind moves through the wooden walkways that connect the stone walls. Somewhere in the darkness, a wolf calls from the forests beyond the cleared land around the fort. The river Medlock flows steadily below, carrying the day's runoff toward the larger rivers that lead eventually to the sea. You know that the sea connects you to Rome, but it feels impossibly distant on nights like this. In the officers' quarters, lamplight glows where the centurions plan tomorrow's assignments. They'll send patrols north toward the Pennine Hills and south toward the river crossings. The roads must stay safe for merchants and messengers. Local tribes have been quiet recently, but everyone knows peace can change as quickly as British weather. You remember the tension from earlier this summer when scouts reported unusual movement in the Northern Territories. Your own tablet waits in your pack, blank wax ready for your message home. You think about your father's vineyard outside Rome, the way morning light used to filter through grape leaves while you helped with the harvest. Those memories feel like dreams now. This northern cold seeps into your bones differently than the crisp autumn air of the Mediterranean hills. Other soldiers share wine around a small brazier in the corner of the barracks. They speak quietly about home, about the gods, about women they left behind. One tells a story about hunting boar in the German forests before he joined the legions. Another describes the olive groves of Hispania, the way his grandmother used to cure the fruit with sea salt and herbs. These stories travel from mouth to mouth, keeping distant places alive in this remote corner of Britain. The civilian vicus has grown quiet now. Smoke no longer rises from cooking fires, and the sounds of children playing have faded into sleep. You know families are settling into their own evening routines behind wooden doors and woven shutters. Some are British locals who chose to live under Roman protection. Others are camp followers who've travelled with the legions for years, making temporary homes wherever the army needs them. Roman discipline shapes every hour of your day, but it also creates comfort in this uncertain place. The same trumpet calls that wake you before dawn also mark the changing of the guard, the evening meal, and the settling into sleep. These rhythms connect you to every other Roman fort, from Hadrian's Wall to the deserts of Africa. You are part of something larger than this single outpost, something that spans continents and generations. As you finally lie down on your simple mattress, you can still feel the day's march in your legs and the weight of your sword arm from hours of practice. The torch flames dance lower now, casting shifting shadows on the wooden walls. Tomorrow will bring the same routines, the same vigilance, the same careful watching of roads and forests. But these ancient rhythms of duty and rest would not last forever. Within decades, the legions would receive their final orders to withdraw from Britain. The disciplined voices calling out the watch would fade into silence, and the carefully maintained walls would slowly crumble back into the earth. The stones you helped guard would wait quietly in the ground, ready to serve new purposes for different people in times yet to come. Centuries passed before new voices echoed through these abandoned foundations. You kneel on cold stone as a single candle flickers in the small medieval settlement that slowly grew from Roman ruins. The day's work is finished. You helped repair the thatch on your neighbour's roof while autumn wind pulled at loose straw. Your hands still smell of the dried grass, and your shoulders ache from lifting bundles to the roof beams. The settlement has no grand name that reaches across kingdoms. People simply call it the place by the old stones, where the river bends and the Roman road still shows through spring grass. Your home sits where Roman soldiers once walked their evening rounds. The walls mix old stone with new timber, wattle and daub filling the spaces between. You built it with your own hands using blocks that once formed barracks and bathhouses. The stones remember different voices, different prayers, but they keep the wind out just as well for your family. The single room holds everything you own: a wooden table, 2 stools, straw pallets covered with rough wool blankets, clay pots for storing grain and ale. Today brought the kind of worry that settles deep in your chest. The harvest ended 3 weeks ago, but already you count the grain sacks with careful eyes. Winter stretches long in this northern place, and every family knows the fear of empty stores before spring planting. You remember last year when the Miller family lost their youngest son to the fever that came with the cold months. Death visits these small settlements often, arriving without warning, like wolves from the forest. The other families gather in their own homes now, sharing the same quiet rituals that mark each evening. You can see candlelight through the gaps in wooden shutters, small glows that say, "People are safe inside for another night." Earlier, you shared bread and thin ale with your wife and 2 children around your own small flame. The bread was coarse and dark, made from grain you grew yourself in the field beyond the old Roman ditch. Your daughter, barely 7 summers old, helped you bake it this morning, her small hands shaping the dough while you told her about the saints who watch over growing things. Your son, older by 2 winters, spent the day learning to weave baskets from river reeds. His fingers moved clumsily at first, but you remember your own father teaching you the same skill beside the same water. The river Medlock flows as steadily now as it did when Roman cavalry watered their horses at its banks. Some things stay constant while kingdoms rise and fall. Water flows, reeds grow, and children learn the work that keeps families fed. The church bell rang for evening prayers an hour ago, its bronze voice calling across the settlement from the small wooden chapel built where Roman officers once held their meetings. You attended with your neighbours, kneeling on the earthen floor, while Father Benedict spoke Latin words that few truly understand. But the rhythm of prayer brings comfort, even when meaning stays hidden. You whispered your own simple words. Thanks for health, for harvest, for another day without raiders or sickness visiting your door. Now your wife tucks the children into their straw beds, pulling wool blankets up to their chins. She whispers the same prayers her own mother spoke, asking saints to guard their sleep and keep evil spirits from entering dreams. You hear her soft voice through the thin partition that separates the sleeping area from the main room. These gentle words have travelled from mother to daughter for generations, a chain of protection that reaches back through years you cannot count. Outside, the settlement settles into its nightly quiet. You hear the soft lowing of cattle in their pen, the rustle of chickens finding roosts in their wooden coop. Dogs bark occasionally, at sounds only they can detect, then fall silent again. The forest beyond your cleared fields holds its own mysteries, deer picking their way through fallen leaves, owls calling to their mates, perhaps wolves moving on paths older than any human dwelling. Time moves differently here than in the grand courts where kings make their plans. You mark seasons by the work they bring, ploughing, sowing, harvest, the long rest of winter, when families gather close and mend what broke during busier months. Saints' feast days break the year into manageable pieces. St. Michael's Day brought the harvest home. St. Martin's Day will mark the slaughter of animals before winter's hardest months. Christmas lies ahead, like a warm promise in the cold darkness. Your candle burns lower, wax pooling at its base. Soon you will blow out the small flame and join your family in sleep. Tomorrow will bring the same routines, checking on animals, mending tools, preparing for winter's demands. But these simple repetitions create the foundation of safety in an uncertain world. When raiders threaten or disease spreads, families who follow the ancient patterns often survive, while others perish. The wooden shutters rattle slightly in the wind, but the sound brings comfort rather than fear. Your home stands solid, built on Roman foundations that have weathered centuries of storms. The old stones anchor your small world against whatever changes might come. You think about the soldiers who once guarded these same fields, men who also knew the weight of daily responsibility and the relief of evening rest. Faith weaves through everything here like a thread through cloth. Morning prayers, evening gratitude, whispered requests for protection. These create a rhythm that makes hardship bearable. When your neighbour's cow died last month, the whole settlement shared what they could spare. When fever struck the baker's wife, women took turns bringing food and sitting beside her bed. Community and belief worked together to build something stronger than individual families could manage alone. Your wife's voice grows quiet as the children drift towards sleep. Soon the settlement will be truly still, except for the night sounds that belong to this place. Wind through thatch, water over stones, the distant call of creatures that live by different rules than humans. These gentle rhythms of evening and rest have shaped human life for countless generations. But in the centuries ahead, something entirely different would shatter this ancient quiet forever. You feel the ground shake beneath your feet as the first cotton mills begin their relentless thunder. The year is 1780, and Manchester is waking from centuries of quiet sleep. You remember yesterday, when you could still hear birds singing at dawn, when church bells marked the hours instead of factory whistles. But today, something has changed forever. The first cotton mill starts its engines just before sunrise, and the sound travels through your bones like nothing you've ever felt before. The machine never stops. You stand outside your small cottage, the same stones that once sheltered medieval families, and feel the vibration through the soles of your feet. Inside the mill, cotton fibres dance in clouds of white dust while great wheels turn without pause. The owners discovered they can make more money if the machines run day and night, never resting like the seasons used to demand. Workers stumble through the factory gates in shifts, some arriving as others collapse from exhaustion and head home. Your day began at the mill before the sun rose. 16 hours you spent feeding cotton into hungry machines, your ears pounding with the crash and clatter of metal wheels. The overseers walk between the machines with sharp eyes, watching for anyone who slows down or makes mistakes. Children as young as 6 work beside you, their small fingers perfect for reaching into tight spaces where cotton gets tangled. You see them sway on their feet as afternoon becomes evening, their eyes red from dust and fatigue. The noise follows you home through narrow streets. Steam hisses from tall brick chimneys that rise like fingers pointing at the grey sky. The sound bounces off stone walls and wooden doors, finding its way into every corner where people try to rest. You remember when evening brought natural quiet, when families could hear each other speak without shouting. Now conversations happen in gestures and close whispers, heads bent together to share words that machines try to steal. Your cottage sits where Roman soldiers once slept peacefully. The same stones that knew centuries of gentle evening rituals now tremble with mechanical rhythm. You try to prepare your simple meal, but the wooden table vibrates under your hands. The clay bowl rattles against the rough surface as you pour thin soup made from turnips and barley. Your children look at you with questions in their tired eyes, too weary to ask why the world sounds so angry now. Smokestacks pierce the sky like dark spears, breathing black clouds that never stop rising. Gas flames burn through the night in the mill windows, casting orange light on streets that used to know only moonlight and candle glow. The air tastes different now, thick with coal dust and cotton fibres that make everyone cough. You remember when you could smell rain coming from miles away, when spring brought the scent of new grass and wild flowers. Now the wind carries chemical smells that burn your nose and make your eyes water. Other families crowd into the narrow streets, all carrying the same exhaustion. You nod to your neighbour, a woman whose hands are stained brown from working with cotton dyes. She holds her youngest child against her shoulder, trying to shield the small ears from the constant mechanical screaming. Her husband works the night shift while she takes the day shift, so they barely see each other, except in passing. Their older children tend themselves, learning to sleep through noise that would have terrified their grandparents. The mills hire anyone with working hands. Families move here from distant villages where life followed the slow rhythm of farming seasons. They arrive hoping for steady wages, but they find a world where sleep becomes impossible, and rest feels like a luxury only rich mill owners can afford. You see new faces every week, country people with wide eyes who haven't yet learned to move with the mechanical beat that now governs every hour. The river Medlock, which once ran clear enough for drinking, now flows dark with dyes and chemicals from the cotton mills. Fish disappear from waters that fed Roman soldiers and medieval families for centuries. The smell rises on warm days, mixing with coal smoke to create air that tastes of progress and poison combined. You remember drinking from this river as a child, but now you carry water from distant wells that haven't yet been touched by mill waste. Night brings no relief from the mechanical symphony. Mills operate through darkness, their windows glowing like angry eyes. The sound carries for miles, reaching into the countryside, where farmers lie awake, wondering what monster has awakened in the old market town. Steam engines breathe and hiss like living creatures, but creatures made of iron and fire instead of flesh and blood. The rhythm becomes part of your heartbeat, so constant that silence would feel strange now. You collapse onto your simple bed, but your ears still ring with the day's assault. The mattress vibrates gently with each turn of machinery that never sleeps. Your body aches from standing beside fast-moving equipment, and your arms are sore from lifting heavy baskets of cotton fibre. Mill dust settles in your lungs with each breath, a reminder that this new world demands payment from human bodies as well as human hours. Cotton thread spins into wealth for mill owners who live in grand houses far from factory noise. They sleep in quiet rooms with thick walls, while workers like you learn to rest inside a constant mechanical storm. Your children will grow up thinking this thunder is normal, never knowing the gentle silence that once settled over Manchester when darkness fell. Manchester has become the first city where silence costs more than most families can pay, where rest must be stolen between the beats of an industrial heart that never stops pounding. But as families like yours search for any corner where sleep might be possible, you discover that the noise was only the beginning of what this new world would demand from human bodies seeking rest. The narrow courts trap you in spaces where breathing becomes a struggle against poisoned air. You collapse onto a thin mattress in a windowless cellar as the great stink from the River Irwell seeps through every crack in the crumbling brick walls. 16 hours you spent at the cotton mill, breathing dust so thick it turned your spit white. Your lungs burn with each breath, and chemical smells from the dye works have soaked into your clothes, your hair, your skin. This cellar room costs half your weekly wages, but it's the only shelter your family can afford in Manchester's crowded courts. 3 other families share this underground space with you. The O'Brien children cough in the corner, their small bodies racked with the same lung sickness that took their baby sister last winter. Mrs. Walsh tries to quiet her crying infant, but the child's wails echo off the damp stone walls. You remember when your own daughter made those same desperate sounds before the fever claimed her. The court above traps 30 people in spaces meant for 5. You share a single water pump with everyone, and the privy overflows constantly into the same courtyard where children play. The smell mixes with smoke from coal fires and chemical stench that drifts from the river to create an air that tastes of desperation and decay. Your wife lies beside you on the straw mattress, her breathing shallow and quick. She worked the night shift while you took the day, so you barely saw each other, except when you passed at the factory gates. Her hands are stained purple from the dye vats, and burns from acid chemicals mark her forearms like small red coins. The mill foreman pays her less than half what men earn for the same dangerous work. Through the thin walls, you hear the Flanagan family arguing about money. Their oldest son lost 2 fingers in a spinning machine last month, and now he can't work at all. The sound of their desperation mingles with the scurrying of rats and the constant drip of water that seeps through the rotting wooden ceiling. The River Irwell flows just beyond these slum courts, but it no longer carries clean water. Factory owners dump their waste directly into the current, turning it black with coal tar and red with chemical dyes. The smell rises on warm days like a living thing, creeping through windows and under doors to poison every breath. Your son, barely 8 years old, works alongside you in the mill. His small fingers move quickly between the spinning threads, but you see how his shoulders slump with exhaustion by afternoon. Mill dust settles in his young lungs just like yours, and his growth has slowed since he started factory work 2 years ago. At night, he curls against your side and coughs until his small body shakes. The cellar walls weep with moisture that never dries. Everything you own stays damp and begins to rot within weeks. Your clothes, your bedding, the small wooden box where you keep your few precious things, all of it moulds in this underground tomb. The dampness creeps into your bones and makes the aching in your joints worse after each long day at the machines. Above your heads, other families crowd into rooms barely large enough for beds. You hear babies crying through the night, parents whispering desperate plans, and the shuffle of feet as workers leave for early shifts or return from late ones. The sounds blur together into a symphony of exhaustion that follows you into whatever sleep you can steal. Mill owners live in grand houses on the hills outside Manchester, breathing clean air while their workers suffocate in these underground courts. They've discovered that tired, desperate people work harder and complain less. The overseers walk between the machines with sticks, hitting anyone who slows down or stops to rest. Your body bears the marks of industrial progress, like scars from an invisible war. Cotton dust has turned your lungs grey and made breathing a constant struggle. Chemical burns dot your hands and arms from working with caustic dyes. Your hearing fades from years of machine noise so loud it drowns out human voices. Back pain from bending over spindles makes every step an effort, but stopping work means your family starves. Other workers in the court share similar wounds. Children with fingers shortened by machinery. Women with burns from acid that ate through their skin. Men who cough blood from lungs destroyed by metal dust and chemical vapours. These injuries mark the true cost of the cotton that makes Manchester wealthy, paid in human flesh and shortened lives. The darkness in this cellar feels different from the natural night your grandparents knew. This is the darkness of spaces, where light was never meant to reach, where families hide underground because they can't afford to live above ground. You close your eyes and try to imagine clean air, but the stench of the river and the sound of coughing children make such dreams impossible. Yet in this desperate place, something new stirs among the workers. Whispered conversations in mill corners speak of joining together to demand better conditions. Men and women who've lost everything begin to find strength in shared suffering. These first quiet meetings in hidden corners will grow into movements that challenge the mill owner's power. As you finally drift toward exhausted sleep, you wonder if there might be some way to push back against this suffocating darkness. In the distance, beyond the factory smoke and chemical stench, new possibilities are beginning to flicker to life along Manchester's streets. Gas flames flicker to life along the street as evening routines slowly begin to change. The year is 1806, and Manchester has discovered something new: artificial light that pushes back the darkness without candles or oil lamps. You finished your shift at the cotton mill an hour ago, but instead of hurrying home through black streets, you walk slowly beneath these golden flames that dance on tall iron posts. The gas burns steadily, fed by pipes that run underground, like veins carrying light to every corner of the growing city. Your day started before dawn, as always, 16 hours breathing cotton dust and tending spinning machines. But tonight feels different. The amber glow transforms familiar streets into something almost magical. Shadows that once hid dangers now retreat to corners where the gaslight cannot reach. You remember when darkness meant staying indoors after sunset, when criminals and accidents waited in every unlit alley. These warm flames make the evening feel safe for the first time in your adult life. The gas comes from a works built on the edge of town, where coal burns in great iron chambers to create the fuel that flows through miles of buried pipes. You watch the workers dig trenches and lay the metal tubes that carry this new kind of fire. The whole system amazed you. Coal transformed into something that could travel through darkness and emerge as steady light wherever people needed it most. Progress arrives in forms you never expected, changing the rhythm of daily life in ways that feel almost like magic. Shops stay open later now that their windows glow with reliable light. You pass the baker's where people still buy bread at 8 in the evening, long after his ovens would have grown cold in the old days. The blacksmith works his forge until 9, hammer ringing against red-hot iron, while gas flames illuminate his workshop. Children press their faces against shop windows, watching craftsmen work by this steady, artificial sun that never flickers in the wind or dies without warning. Your own family waits at home around their first gas fixture, a simple flame that burns in a glass globe mounted on the kitchen wall. Your wife no longer struggles with smoky candles that drip wax and fill the room with fumes. Your children can read books in the evening without straining their eyes in dim candlelight. The gas flame burns clean and bright, steady as sunlight, but gentle enough for nighttime comfort. You remember the excitement when the gas fitters first connected your home to the underground network. Other working families discover new possibilities in these extended evenings. You see couples walking hand in hand along gaslit streets, enjoying conversations without fear of stumbling in the darkness or meeting unseen dangers. Groups of friends gather outside taverns that stay open later, their faces warm in the amber glow while they share stories and ale. The rigid schedule that once sent everyone indoors at sunset begins to soften as artificial light creates new rhythms of social life. The Mill District transforms in gaslight's gentle radiance. Streets that felt threatening after dark now welcome evening strollers and late workers heading home from extended shifts. You notice how the harsh industrial shadows of daytime soften under these golden flames. The same brick walls and iron gates that looked forbidding in daylight take on a warmer character when gaslight touches their surfaces. Even the constant noise of machinery seems less oppressive when you can see clearly where you walk. Children play games in the gaslit streets, their laughter echoing off buildings while parents watch from doorsteps without worrying about hidden dangers. You remember your own childhood when evening meant immediate retreat indoors, when games ended abruptly, when natural light faded. These children learn different rules. That evening can stretch longer, that darkness no longer controls, when families must separate and hide behind locked doors. The gas flames burn regardless of the weather. Rain cannot extinguish them like it would torches. Wind cannot blow them out like candles. Snow cannot bury them like oil lamps left outside. This reliability changes how people think about evening plans and nighttime activities. You no longer cancel social visits because storms might leave you stranded in dangerous darkness. The gaslight creates dependable evening routines that weather cannot disrupt. Workers discover they can have lives beyond factory shifts when artificial light extends the useful day. You attend evening meetings where fellow mill hands discuss forming unions to demand better working conditions. These gatherings happen in gaslit rooms where people can see each other's faces clearly while they plan for better futures. The same light that helps mill owners extend production also gives workers space to organise and dream of change. Your neighbourhood pub becomes a different place in gaslight. Instead of the shadowy cavern where men drank quickly before hurrying home to safety, it transforms into a warm, gathering space where families sometimes come together. You see women joining their husbands for evening meals, children playing quiet games while adults talk over ale and simple food. The amber glow makes everything feel more welcoming and less desperate than the old candlelit corners. The gaslight also reveals how much your city has changed. In the steady illumination, you see details that candlelight or moonlight kept hidden. New buildings rise constantly as more families crowd into Manchester seeking millwork. Streets that seemed familiar in daylight show different faces under artificial light. The gas flames illuminate both progress and problems. Find new shops beside overcrowded tenements, prosperity and poverty existing just steps apart. Walking home under these amber flames, you feel something shifting in Manchester's character. The city that once shut down at sunset now pulses with activity through evening hours. Gas flames mark a boundary between the old world, where darkness ruled the night, and a new world where human ingenuity pushes back against natural limits. Your gas lamp at home welcomes you with a steady light that needs no tending. Unlike candles that demand constant attention, this flame burns reliably while your family gathers for evening conversation. The children look less tired when they can play and read in bright light instead of straining their eyes in flickering candlelight. Your wife hums while she sews, her needle moving surely in the steady radiance that makes close work possible even after sunset. As you prepare for sleep, the gaslight outside your window continues its patient vigil. The flame will burn through the night while your family rests, standing guard against darkness in a way that feels both comforting and revolutionary. Tomorrow will bring the same millwork, but the evening will offer new possibilities created by this amber light that extends the day beyond what nature intended. Yet even as these peaceful gaslit evenings settle into routine, the ground beneath Manchester's streets holds deeper changes stirring, changes that will shake the very foundations where ancient stones still rest. You feel ancient Roman stones tremble as the Great Northern Railway tears through Castlefield. The year is 1830, and Manchester awakens to a new kind of thunder that makes the cotton mills sound gentle by comparison. Steam hammers pound day and night, driving iron supports deep into the earth that has rested undisturbed since Roman legions marched away. You stand in your cottage doorway, the same stones that once formed barracks walls shaking beneath your feet as workers blast through centuries of buried history to make way for the railway line. Your day began with the familiar rhythm of millwork, but ended with something extraordinary. Watching the first passenger train arrive from Liverpool. The locomotive moved like a breathing dragon, steam hissing from its iron belly, while wheels turned faster than any horse could run. People gathered along the railway, cutting to witness this mechanical miracle, their faces lit with wonder and fear as the engine thundered past, pulling carriages full of travellers from distant cities. The railway construction cuts through the heart of old Manchester like a knife through flesh. Workers with pickaxes and shovels uncover Roman foundations that have slept beneath the soil for over 1,000 years. You watch them toss aside carved stones that once formed altars and doorways, treating ancient history like rubble to be cleared away. Steam-powered excavators bite into archaeological layers, mixing Roman coins with medieval pottery and modern brick in piles of discarded earth. Your family can no longer sleep through the night. The construction crews work by torchlight and gaslight, racing to complete sections of track before winter weather makes the work impossible. Steam hammers drive wooden piles into the marshy ground beside the River Medlock, with steady mechanical blows that penetrate every wall and window. Your children wake crying from dreams filled with mechanical monsters. The visual transformation shocks you daily. Iron bridges span across spaces where Roman roads once crossed the river. The railway viaduct rises on brick arches that dwarf the ancient stone foundations beneath them. Workers pour concrete and lay iron rails directly over spots where Roman soldiers once walked their evening patrols. The past disappears under layers of industrial progress, buried beneath the weight of Manchester's racing ambition to connect itself to every corner of Britain. Train whistles now mark time instead of church bells or factory horns. The locomotives announce their arrival and departure with steam-powered voices that carry for miles across the city. You learn to recognise the different sounds, the long blast that means departure, the short bursts that warn of approach, the extended wail that signals emergency stops. These mechanical calls create new rhythms in daily life, interrupting conversations and marking hours with industrial precision. The railway brings Manchester closer to distant places than you ever imagined possible. Letters that once took days to travel between cities now arrive within hours. Goods from London warehouses appear in Manchester shops the same day they leave the capital. People speak of visiting relatives in distant counties as casually as they once discussed trips across town. The world feels both larger and smaller as steam engines compress distances that once seemed impossible to cross. You pull heavy blackout curtains tight as air raid sirens wail across Manchester's darkened streets. The date is December 22nd, 1940, and your city has returned to a darkness deeper than medieval nights. You spent today at the munitions factory, your hands still stained with grease from assembling shell casings that will travel to battlefields you can only imagine. The work was urgent and careful. Everyone knows that lives depend on the precision of tired fingers working 12-hour shifts. Now, evening brings a different kind of tension as German bombers cross the North Sea towards cities like yours. Your family gathers in the small front room, checking the blackout one more time before settling in for what might be a long night. The heavy fabric blocks every trace of light that might guide enemy aircraft to their targets. You remember how strange it felt when the blackout first began. Manchester, returning to the kind of darkness your great-grandparents knew, when gaslight and electric bulbs disappeared behind thick curtains and painted windows. The city, that once blazed with industrial light, now hides like a frightened animal. The siren's wail grows louder, joined by others across the city, until the sound becomes a mechanical howl that drowns out normal conversation. Your children press against your sides, their small faces tight with the fear that has become part of daily life. Other families emerge from their houses carrying blankets, thermos flasks, and small bags with precious belongings. You join the quiet procession, walking toward the underground shelter that the council built beneath the old Victorian railway arches. The shelter smells of damp concrete and unwashed bodies, but it offers safety that your house cannot provide. Families arrange themselves on wooden benches and makeshift beds, claiming small spaces that feel like temporary homes in this underground world. You recognize neighbours from your street, faces that look different in the harsh electric light that barely illuminates the shelter's long tunnel. Mrs. Patterson from the corner house helps organise blankets for elderly residents who struggle with the cold stone seating. Children begin to cry as the distant rumble of aircraft engines drifts through the concrete ceiling above their heads. You know those engines belong to Heinkel and Junkers bombers, carrying tons of high explosive and incendiary bombs toward Manchester's factories and rail yards. The sound grows louder until the shelter shakes slightly with vibrations that travel through rock and steel from explosions somewhere in your city. Each distant thud makes people flinch and hold their loved ones closer. A group of women near the shelter entrance begin singing "Pack Up Your Troubles" in voices that shake slightly but grow stronger as others join in. The familiar melody creates a small island of human warmth in this cold underground space. Children stop crying to listen, and you see some of them trying to remember words they learned from their mothers and teachers. Music becomes a weapon against fear, proving that bombs can destroy buildings but cannot silence the songs that connect people to hope. Mr. Davies, who serves as an air raid precautions warden, moves between families with quiet words of comfort and practical information. His uniform gives him authority, but his gentle manner with frightened children shows the heart of a man who chose to spend dangerous nights helping others instead of hiding with his own family. WVS volunteers distribute cups of weak tea from large thermos containers they carry down the shelter steps. The Women's Voluntary Service ladies organise rest centres and emergency supplies with the same efficiency they once brought to church committees and charity drives. The explosions grow closer and plaster dust drifts from the ceiling as bomb blasts shake the ground above. You realise the Germans are targeting the railway yards and the munitions factories where you and your neighbours work. Each explosion represents months of your labour, destroyed in seconds, but also means the bombs are falling on empty buildings rather than homes where families sleep. You whisper a prayer of gratitude mixed with worry for the firemen and ARP wardens who work above ground during raids. Hours pass in cycles of distant explosions, nervous conversation, and periods of exhausted quiet when even the children fall asleep despite the hard benches. You share sandwiches with neighbours and listen to whispered stories about relatives serving overseas, about letters that arrive weeks late, about hopes that this war will end before another winter arrives. These intimate conversations in underground darkness create bonds between people who barely spoke to each other before the bombing began. The all-clear siren finally sounds near dawn, its steady tone so different from the rising and falling wail that drove everyone underground. Families gather their belongings and climb the stone steps back into Manchester's morning light. You emerge to find your street intact, though smoke rises from the direction of the city centre, where bombs found their targets. Windows in nearby houses show cracks from blast pressure, but your neighbours emerge alive and mostly unhurt. Walking home through streets littered with broken glass and scattered debris, you see Manchester's character revealed in crisis. People check on elderly neighbours before examining their own property damage. Shop owners sweep glass from their doorsteps while planning how to reopen for business. Children play games with pieces of shrapnel they find in gutters, turning the tools of war into toys that help them process experiences too large for young minds to fully understand. Your house welcomes you back with familiar rooms and the simple blessing of walls that still stand intact. As you finally rest in your own bed, you carry the memory of voices singing in underground darkness, of neighbours sharing their last cup of tea, of ordinary people finding extraordinary courage when their city needed it most. These Blitz nights teach Manchester that community grows strongest when tested by shared danger. That rest must sometimes be earned through courage rather than simply claimed at day's end. In the years ahead, this same spirit would guide the city through the careful work of rebuilding what war had broken. Construction cranes reach toward Manchester's sky as your city rebuilds itself with modern ambition. The year is 1965, and dreams made of glass and concrete rise from wartime rubble. You spent today working on the crew building the Arndale Centre, your hard hat protecting you from falling debris as steel beams lift into position. This construction reaches toward the future instead of simply patching wounds from the past. Your breakfast happened in the site canteen, where workers gathered to fuel themselves for another day of building something entirely new. Conversations buzzed with excitement about steady wages and the promise of modern shopping that would rival anything London could offer. You remember the pride in your foreman's voice as he explained how the Arndale would become the largest covered shopping centre in Europe, a place where families could shop in comfort regardless of Manchester's unpredictable weather. Demolition crews work alongside the builders, tearing down Victorian warehouses and clearing away buildings that survived German bombs but cannot survive the march of progress. You watch them load rubble into trucks, carrying away bricks that once housed cotton merchants and shipping clerks. Each demolished building makes space for something sleeker, more efficient, designed for modern families who will live and work in this transformed Manchester. New crescents rise in districts where slum courts once trapped families in poverty and disease. You walk past construction sites where modern flats replace the cellars and tenements that killed so many children with damp and overcrowding. The new apartments feature central heating, indoor bathrooms, and windows that actually open to let in fresh air. You think about your own family, still living in a Victorian terrace, and wonder if you'll qualify for one of these bright new homes that promise comfort your grandparents could never have imagined. Clean lines replace the ornate stonework that Victorian architects carved with such careful detail. Glass walls reflect sky and clouds instead of the soot-darkened brick that marked the industrial age. Open plazas create spaces for people to gather and rest, replacing the narrow courts where families once lived, pressed together without privacy or light. You notice how different the city sounds in these new spaces, your footsteps echoing off smooth surfaces instead of being absorbed by old stone and mortar. Other construction workers share your cautious optimism about these changes. During lunch breaks, you sit on concrete blocks and discuss whether progress always requires erasing what came before. Jimmy, who worked on railway maintenance before joining construction, talks about the Roman stones they discovered while digging foundations for the new tower blocks. The ancient carved pieces went to museums instead of being built into the new structures, preserved behind glass rather than remaining part of the living city. Families begin moving into the completed sections of housing estates, carrying cardboard boxes and furniture into homes that smell of fresh paint and new carpeting. You watch children explore playgrounds with modern equipment, their voices echoing across courtyards designed by architects who studied how space affects human behaviour. These children will grow up with amenities their parents never experienced: reliable hot water, electric heating that responds to thermostats, neighbours who live behind solid walls instead of thin partitions that carry every sound. The transition creates unexpected losses alongside obvious gains. Mrs. Henderson, whose family has lived on Coronation Street for 3 generations, tells you about the loneliness she feels in her new flat with its thick walls and efficient heating. She misses the constant presence of neighbours, the way conversations happened through windows and over back garden fences. Her new home offers privacy and comfort, but it also provides isolation that her old overcrowded street never allowed. Evening routines change in these modern spaces. Families disappear behind their own front doors instead of gathering in shared courtyards or on front steps, where everyone's business became community knowledge. Children play in designated areas with safe equipment, but they lose the freedom to roam through connected streets where every adult feels responsible for every child's safety. The new shopping centres create gathering spaces that feel different from the organic community centres that grew naturally in older neighbourhoods. The Arndale Centre offers clean, climate-controlled shopping that protects families from Manchester's rain and cold, but the echoing halls lack the intimate scale of corner shops, where merchants knew every customer's preferences and family circumstances. You appreciate the efficiency and choice, but sometimes miss the personal connections that made commercial transactions feel like social visits. Manchester's skyline transforms as tower blocks rise beside remaining Victorian churches and Georgian terraces. The contrast creates visual tension between architectural eras, each representing different assumptions about how people should live together. You stand on the construction scaffold and see the whole city spread below you, old and new, existing in uneasy partnership as the metropolitan area expands beyond its historic boundaries. Working families discover that modern conveniences come with modern costs. Rent in the new flats exceeds what many can afford, pushing some toward housing estates on the city's edges, where commuting becomes part of daily routine. You notice how prosperity flows unevenly through the reconstruction, benefiting some neighbourhoods while leaving others waiting for improvements that always seem scheduled for next year's budget. As evening falls over the construction sites, you walk home through streets where gaslight once created the first artificial extension of natural day. Now electric streetlights illuminate broader roads designed for increased car traffic, their harsh brightness replacing the warm, amber glow that softened Victorian shadows. The light reaches further and burns more reliably, but it also eliminates the gentle transitions between day and night that helped earlier generations settle into natural rhythms of rest. Your own family gathers around the television set that brings distant events into your front room, connecting your household to national conversations about social change and cultural transformation. The same technology that enables modern communication also changes how families spend their evening hours, creating shared entertainment that sometimes replaces the individual conversations and local stories that once filled the time between work and sleep. Manchester learns that modernisation requires balancing efficiency with human connection, progress with preservation, individual comfort with community bonds. The city's industrial buildings stand empty now, their massive brick walls and iron frameworks waiting silently in the shadows between the gleaming new developments. These abandoned spaces hold their own possibilities, ready for young voices to discover what new life might grow within their weathered walls. Young voices discover what possibilities wait inside these weathered walls. You feel bass lines pulse through your chest as the hacienda transforms an old warehouse into Manchester's beating heart. The year is 1988, and you spent your day stacking shelves at the supermarket or filing papers in some grey office. But now evening opens a door to something entirely different. You walk through streets lined with empty cotton mills and abandoned railway arches, past buildings that once housed the machinery of Victorian industry. These same structures that your grandparents knew as places of exhausting labour have become spaces where young people gather to create something the older generation cannot understand. The queue outside the club stretches around the corner, filled with faces that carry the restless energy of a generation seeking its own voice. You remember the excitement building throughout your workday as Friday afternoon crept toward evening. Your job pays enough to cover rent and food, but it offers nothing for your spirit. The warehouse parties promise something different, a place where the repetitive rhythms of industrial work give way to the hypnotic beats that make bodies move as one living thing. Inside the converted space, strobing lights cut through darkness, thick with anticipation and sweat. The sound system thunders with frequencies that seem to vibrate through the old brick walls and into your bones. You recognize the building's history in its iron columns and arched windows. But tonight those Victorian bones support something entirely new. Young people from across Manchester's neighbourhoods gather here, united by music that transforms abandoned industrial space into a cathedral of sound and movement. The DJ booth stands where factory supervisors once watched over rows of spinning machines. Now different hands control the rhythm that governs this space, mixing records that blend electronic beats with guitar sounds from bands like the Stone Roses and the Happy Mondays. These Manchester groups create music in old cotton mills and converted warehouses, using the acoustics of industrial architecture to shape sounds that feel both futuristic and rooted in the city's working-class character. You dance until your clothes stick to your skin and your feet ache in ways that feel different from the exhaustion of regular work. This tiredness comes from choice rather than necessity, from moving your body to rhythms that speak to something deeper than daily survival. The warehouse fills with young people who spend their daylight hours in shops, offices and factories, but who claim these nighttime spaces as their own territory for expression and connection. Other dancers move around you in the strobing light, their faces showing the same release you feel. Manchester's youth, who grew up hearing stories about the Blitz and post-war rebuilding, now create their own culture. In the shells of buildings their parents and grandparents once knew as places of hard labour. The irony is not lost on anyone. Spaces that once trapped workers in dangerous, poorly paid jobs now offer freedom and community to their children and grandchildren. The music continues until dawn breaks over Manchester's skyline, painting light across the windows of mills and warehouses that stand empty during daylight hours. You and hundreds of others emerge from underground spaces and converted buildings, blinking in morning light that reveals a city most people never see. The same streets that bustle with commuters and shoppers during business hours transform at night into pathways between venues where creativity blooms in abandoned industrial spaces. Groups of friends walk together through quiet morning streets, still energized by hours of dancing, but also tired in the deep, satisfied way that comes from physical expression. You notice how the music has created temporary communities among strangers, how shared movement and rhythm build connections that span different neighbourhoods and backgrounds. The warehouse parties prove that young people can find ways to claim space and create meaning even in a city that offers them mostly low-wage service jobs and uncertain futures. The contrast between daylight Manchester and nighttime Manchester grows sharper as this music scene develops. During business hours, many of these warehouse spaces sit empty, their owners unsure how to make them profitable in a post-industrial economy. But at night, they fill with energy that proves creative culture can breathe life into spaces that economic planners have written off as obsolete. Young entrepreneurs organise parties in buildings that developers cannot yet imagine converting into offices or apartments. Sunday morning finds you walking home through streets where normal life prepares to resume. The sounds of church bells and early commuter traffic replace the electronic beats that governed your movements for hours. Your body carries the memory of bass lines that travelled through floorboards and up through your legs, rhythms that connected you to something larger than individual experience. These warehouse gatherings create rituals of rest and renewal that feel both ancient and completely modern. The music scene grows around bands who understand that Manchester's industrial heritage can be transformed rather than simply abandoned. They record in old mills and practice in converted railway arches, using the natural reverb of brick and steel to create sounds that could only come from this particular city. Their songs capture the energy of young people who refuse to accept that their hometown's best days lie in the past. Local newspapers begin writing about the scene, trying to explain to older readers why their children spend weekend nights in abandoned buildings listening to music that sounds like machinery, given rhythm and melody. Parents who remember when these same spaces represented economic opportunity and steady employment struggle to understand why young people seek them out for pleasure rather than avoiding them as symbols of a disappearing way of life. As you finally reach home and prepare for sleep, your ears still ring with electronic beats that seem to echo the industrial rhythms that once governed this city. The warehouse parties teach Manchester youth that creativity can bloom anywhere. That community forms around shared experience rather than shared background. That the future might be built from the bones of the past rather than in opposition to it. You drift towards sleep with bass lines still pulsing gently through your chest, carrying the promise that tomorrow night might bring new sounds and new connections. But these cultural foundations would soon support transformations that reached even higher as Manchester prepared to build its future with materials both ancient and entirely new. Construction cranes reach toward the sky as glass towers rise from foundations that remember Roman footsteps. You stand beneath Deansgate Square's gleaming towers as rain falls on both new glass and ancient stone. The workday ended an hour ago in your office on the 32nd floor, where you spent 8 hours managing digital projects that connect Manchester businesses to clients across the globe. Through your floor-to-ceiling windows, you watch the city spread below like a living map of its own history. Glass towers reflect Victorian warehouses, while medieval street patterns thread between modern developments. Your morning began in a converted warehouse apartment in the northern quarter, where exposed brick walls mix with modern fixtures in ways that honour both past and present. The building once housed cotton spindles and weaving looms, but now it shelters young professionals who work in digital media and creative industries. You made coffee in a kitchen that overlooks Piccadilly Gardens, where Roman roads once crossed and Victorian railway passengers once hurried toward distant destinations. The continuity strikes you daily. People still gather, still travel, still build their lives around the same geographical advantages that made this place important centuries ago. The preservation efforts create fascinating juxtapositions throughout your daily routine. You walk to work past medieval Chetham's Library, where Karl Marx once studied capitalism, while sitting beside windows that overlook cotton mills. The building survived bombing, urban renewal, and economic changes that erased most of its contemporary structures. Now it sits surrounded by glass office towers and converted loft apartments, its ancient stones providing anchor points for a city that rebuilds itself every generation while keeping selected pieces of its layered past. Modern residents navigate between historical consciousness and contemporary convenience with practiced ease. You buy groceries at Marks and Spencer, built on the site of medieval market stalls, then walk home through Castlefield, where Roman fort walls rise beside luxury apartment complexes. The developers discovered they could charge premium rents for homes that offered views of authentic archaeological remains. History becomes a selling point rather than an obstacle, proof that progress can incorporate rather than simply replace what came before. The evening commute reveals how transportation layers accumulate like geological strata. You descend into Metrolink stations built beside Victorian railway tunnels that burrow through Roman settlement sites. Modern trams follow routes that echo ancient paths between river crossings and hilltop settlements. The same geographical logic that guided Roman engineers influences contemporary urban planners. Though electric trains now carry passengers along corridors where legions once marched and medieval merchants once travelled with pack animals. Construction cranes dot the skyline like mechanical birds, constantly reshaping Manchester's profile, while architects balance innovation with preservation requirements. You watch new towers rise beside buildings that survive the Blitz and urban renewal programs. Planning committees debate every major development, weighing economic opportunity against historical significance. The negotiations create compromises that sometimes satisfy no one completely, but allow the city to grow without entirely erasing its accumulated character. Student areas blend multiple eras as young people from around the world make temporary homes in buildings that span centuries of architectural styles. You see them gathering in Victorian pubs that serve craft beer to customers who study on laptops powered by wireless networks. The University of Manchester occupies Gothic Revival buildings beside modern research facilities, creating campuses where cutting-edge science happens in settings that honour traditional academic atmosphere. The restaurant scene reflects this cultural layering as global cuisines establish themselves in converted Victorian commercial buildings. You meet friends for dinner in a former textile warehouse that now houses restaurants serving food from continents that Manchester's cotton trade once connected through imperial networks. The irony feels appropriate. Spaces that once facilitated global commerce through industrial exploitation now celebrate international culture through voluntary exchange and creative fusion. Weekend markets operate in squares where similar gatherings have happened for centuries, though the goods reflect contemporary abundance rather than subsistence necessity. You browse stalls selling organic vegetables, artisanal crafts, and ethnic foods that would have amazed medieval Manchester residents. The social function remains consistent even as the economic context transforms. People still gather to trade, to see neighbours, to participate in community life that extends beyond individual households. Evening entertainment reveals how cultural venues adapt historic buildings for contemporary purposes. You attend concerts in converted churches, art exhibitions in former industrial spaces, and theatre performances in buildings that began as music halls during Manchester's Victorian heyday. The Bridgewater Hall brings classical music to audiences in a purpose-built venue that honours acoustic principles while embracing architectural modernism. The night skyline tells Manchester's story in illuminated layers. LED lights outline contemporary towers, while floodlights highlight Victorian civic buildings and medieval churches. The Beetham Tower's beacon sweeps across neighbourhoods where gaslight once marked the first victory over natural darkness. Electric illumination reveals the city's architectural timeline, showing how each generation added its own interpretation of what urban life should look like. Your apartment building's lobby displays archaeological fragments discovered during construction, Roman coins and medieval pottery arranged behind glass like evidence in an ongoing investigation of human persistence. These artifacts remind residents that their contemporary lives add another layer to stories that began long before anyone could imagine the city of Manchester would become. Walking home through these layered streets, you feel how every footstep connects you to the countless others who found their way along these same paths. The pavement beneath your feet covers Roman stones, medieval foundations, Victorian sewers, and modern utilities, each layer supporting the next in an unbroken chain of human settlement. Tonight's rest continues an ancient pattern of people finding shelter and community in this river crossing, but above all these changes, one constant element has witnessed every transformation across the centuries: The same water that has fallen here for millennia touches your face as you stand in the northern quarter tonight. Raindrops that once struck Roman leather and medieval thatch now fall on modern glass and ancient stone with equal gentleness. This rain witnessed torches flickering in Mamusium Fort, candles guttering in medieval cottages, and gaslight dancing on Victorian streets. It drummed against blackout curtains during the Blitz and washed the dust from warehouse raves at dawn. Manchester's constant rain connects every generation through shared sensation, proving that, while cities transform completely, some experiences remain eternal and unchanged across centuries. Thank you for drifting through the night with me. If you found comfort here, tap subscribe and like the video. It helps others find a place to rest too. You're pressed against the rough stone wall of a narrow close in medieval Edinburgh, listening for the sound that will let you know it's safe to sleep. The city is built on a volcanic ridge, forcing everyone to live vertically in towering tenements that trap sound like echo chambers. All day the noise has been overwhelming, shouting, clattering, the constant din of thousands of people crammed together. Your body aches from the tension of it all. Then you hear it, the deep metallic clang of the city gates locking for the night. That sound changes everything, transforming your crowded, chaotic world into something surprisingly peaceful. This same rhythm of overwhelming day and restful night has played out here across centuries, from medieval times through Georgian expansion to the industrial age. The stone beneath your feet holds all these stories. Before we settle in, if you enjoy these relaxing journeys into the past, like the video and subscribe for more quiet history evenings. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let's get comfortable and ease into tonight's journey. You step through the narrow entrance of a medieval close and immediately feel the ground beneath your feet. This isn't ordinary earth or wooden planks. Your boots rest on volcanic rock that erupted from deep underground millions of years ago, then cooled into the foundation that would shape how an entire city lived and slept. The ridge beneath Edinburgh forced everyone to build upward instead of outward. When you look up, stone walls rise like cliffs on both sides, disappearing into shadows far above your head. The volcanic foundation left no choice but vertical living. Families stacked themselves floor upon floor, creating towers of humanity that seem to scrape the Scottish sky. Your neck aches as you crane it back to count the stories above you. 6 floors, 7 floors, sometimes more. Each window represents another family, another life pressed against the stone walls that you're about to climb. Your hand finds the wall for balance as you begin the winding ascent. The stone feels different from anything you know today. This volcanic rock holds cold like a memory, keeping the chill even when the summer sun beats down on the streets. The texture under your palm is rough and pitted, worn smooth in some places by countless hands, seeking the same steadiness you need now. Each step echoes off surfaces that have absorbed centuries of footsteps, conversations, arguments, and whispered prayers. The stairway curves as it climbs, following the natural shape of the ridge below. You pass doorway after doorway, each one opening into rooms where entire families shared spaces no bigger than modern closets. Behind these thick stone walls, people ate, worked, loved and raised children in vertical neighbourhoods, where privacy meant hanging a cloth across a corner. The weight of all those floors above creates a strange feeling. You're held, protected, yet also compressed into this narrow world where the sky feels impossibly far away. Children's voices drift down from windows high overhead, their laughter bouncing off the stone walls that form their playground. A mother calls to her child to come inside for supper, her voice carrying clearly in the enclosed space. This is what home meant in medieval Edinburgh, sharing not just walls but air, sound, and the constant presence of neighbours above, below, and beside you. The ridge forced intimacy on everyone who lived here. You pause on a landing to catch your breath, and the stone wall feels solid against your back. The volcanic rock that seemed harsh during your climb now offers steadiness. This foundation has held firm for centuries, supporting the weight of countless families, countless stories, countless nights of rest. The walls that press close during the day's business become something different as evening approaches. What felt confining in daylight transforms into protection when darkness falls. Through a narrow window, you glimpse the world beyond these walls. The ridge drops away steeply on both sides, showing you how precarious life would be without these thick stone walls. The volcanic foundation that forced vertical living also created a natural fortress. These walls don't just hold up buildings, they hold up a way of life where neighbours know each other's voices, where children play in stone corridors, where the rhythm of daily life echoes off surfaces that remember everything. The weight of the floors above you becomes comforting as you near your destination. Each level represents another family finding shelter, another group of people who chose to build upward rather than give up on this rocky ridge. The stone that seemed cold when you first touched it now feels like the backbone of a community. These walls have cradled generations of families who found ways to thrive in vertical neighbourhoods carved from volcanic rock. Your legs ache from the climb, but you understand something now about the people who called these closes home. They didn't just live with the stone, they lived because of it. The volcanic ridge that forced them upward also gave them a foundation strong enough to support their towering homes. The walls that pressed close also kept them safe. The weight that felt overwhelming during busy daylight hours becomes a blanket of security as evening settles over the city. As you reach your floor and turn toward home, the stone walls seem different than they did moments ago. The rough texture that challenged your grip now guides you safely to your door. The cold that made you shiver now offers relief from the day's heat and stress. The weight that seemed oppressive now feels protective, like being wrapped in something ancient and strong. You run your hand once more along the volcanic stone, feeling how it connects you to the earth far below and the sky far above. This ridge shaped not just buildings but lives, creating a community where people lived closer to each other than anywhere else in Scotland. The same stone that trapped you during the day's chaos becomes your fortress as night approaches. These walls that witnessed centuries of daily struggles now prepare to guard your rest. The volcanic foundation still shapes how Edinburgh sleeps. In modern apartments, built on the same ridge, in restored tenements where families still climb stone stairs, in quiet closes where tourists now walk, where medieval residents once lived. The stone walls that have cradled tired bodies for 1,000 years continue their ancient work. They hold the weight, they provide the shelter, they transform from prison to sanctuary with each setting sun, proving that home isn't just a place, but also a feeling that comes when stone walls finally offer rest instead of confinement. But first you must survive the day trapped within them. The sound strikes you the moment you step deeper into the close. Your ears register something unsettling about this narrow space. Every footstep on the cobblestones seems unnaturally loud. Every voice carries much farther than it should. The high stone walls create a tunnel effect, and within seconds you understand why residents felt imprisoned by noise during daylight hours. A cart rumbles past, its wooden wheels clattering against uneven stones. The sound doesn't fade as the cart moves away. Instead, it bounces off the walls beside you, above you, echoing endlessly until you can't locate the actual cart anymore. The noise fills the entire space between towering tenements, creating a wall of sound that presses against your chest. Your shoulders tense automatically as your body shields itself from the overwhelming din. The walls rise like cliffs on both sides, sometimes so close you could stretch your arms and touch both surfaces. These narrow spaces trap every sound that enters and multiply it until the original noise becomes something far more intense. A child's laugh from high above bounces down the stone surfaces, arriving as overlapping echoes that make locating the actual child impossible. The laughter seems to come from everywhere at once. Two merchants argue about wool prices, their voices growing louder as they compete with their own echoes. What starts as a normal conversation quickly becomes shouting, not from anger, but because they can barely hear each other over their voices bouncing back from stone walls. You find yourself caught between them, their words mixing and overlapping until you can't follow either side of the discussion. Even whispers carry in these spaces. A woman leans close to her friend to share private news, but you hear every word clearly from 20 feet away. The closed design makes privacy impossible. Personal conversations become public announcements. Quiet moments disappear completely during busy daylight hours when hundreds of people move through these stone corridors, each adding their voice to the growing chorus. The acoustics work so perfectly that conversations from 3 floors up sound like they're happening beside your ear. A mother calls her children inside for their meal. Her voice travels down the stone walls with such clarity that you automatically look around for the children, expecting to see them nearby. But they're somewhere high above, invisible behind dozens of windows that line the close like watching eyes. Your body responds to the constant noise. Your jaw clenches without you realizing it. Your hands form fists at your sides. Your breathing becomes shallow as you try to process competing sounds around you. The stone walls that seemed protective when you entered now feel like they're closing in, trapping you inside an echo chamber where every sound becomes a physical presence pressing against your tired mind. A blacksmith's hammer rings against metal somewhere nearby, each strike multiplied by stone surfaces until it sounds like a dozen hammers working at once. The rhythmic clanging follows you deeper into the close, never fading, always bouncing off new surfaces to create fresh echoes. Escaping one sound only means walking toward another that's equally amplified and equally inescapable. Children play in the narrow space, their games creating constant streams of running feet, bouncing balls, and excited shouts. But in these acoustic chambers, their play sounds like chaos. Every footstep echoes multiple times. Every shout returns altered and distorted. What should be the pleasant sounds of children at play becomes another layer of overwhelming noise that makes your head ache and your nerves feel stretched thin. The density of sound matches the density of people. Thousands of residents live packed into these vertical neighbourhoods where stone walls force everyone to share not just space, but every sound they make. Your ears ring from the constant barrage of voices, footsteps, cartwheels, work sounds, and domestic noises, all mixed together and amplified beyond what any settlement was meant to endure. You press against the cold stone wall, seeking relief from the acoustic assault. But the wall itself seems to vibrate with captured sound. The volcanic rock holds every noise that touches it, creating a surface that thrums with accumulated din from countless daily activities. Even touching the wall connects you more directly to the overwhelming soundscape that defines life in these medieval closes. A street vendor announces his wares, his voice trained to cut through constant noise. But in this echo chamber, his calls multiply and overlap with themselves, creating a confusing jumble of the same words arriving at different times. You can't tell what he's actually selling because his announcement has become a layered chorus of competing versions, each one slightly out of sync with the others. As the day progresses and more people fill the closes, the sound level grows beyond bearing. Every new voice adds to the chaos. Every additional footstep contributes to the overwhelming clatter. Your body stays tense, alert, defensive against the constant acoustic pressure that makes rest impossible and peace unthinkable during these long daylight hours. The stone walls that amplify every sound during the day will soon offer something completely different. When evening comes and the closes finally empty, these same surfaces that created today's acoustic prison will transform into guardians of blessed silence. But first you must endure more than just the overwhelming noise that fills these narrow spaces. Your lungs fill with air that carries more than oxygen. The mixture of scents hangs in the narrow space like an invisible curtain, heavy and dense with odours that seem to press against your face and settle into your clothes. Your nose wrinkles automatically as you encounter the distinctive smell of medieval Edinburgh, a combination so intense it makes you understand why people hurried through these spaces during daylight hours. Coal smoke drifts down from countless hearths high above, creating a grey haze that burns your eyes and coats your throat. Every family needs fire for cooking and warmth, and every fire sends its smoke into these narrow channels between the towering stone buildings. The acrid smell mixes with other scents, creating something much stronger than any single odour. You can taste the coal dust on your lips, feel it settling on your skin like a fine layer of grit that follows you wherever you go. The sour smell of human waste mingles with the coal smoke, a reminder of daily necessities in a city without modern plumbing. Windows far above occasionally open to release the contents of chamber pots, and the narrow closes trap these odours close to the ground where people walk and work. The smell seems to rise from the cobblestones themselves, absorbed into the stone over years of daily life. Your stomach tightens as you breathe in this mixture that defines the daylight hours in these cramped quarters. Cooking fires add their own layer to the atmospheric mix. The smell of burning wood mingles with the coal smoke, while the grease from countless meals creates a thick, oily scent that seems to touch everything around it. Stale cooking odours drift from windows and doorways, mixing fish, meat, and vegetable smells into something that might have been appetizing hours ago, but now contributes to the overwhelming burden on your senses. You notice how these smells seem to gather closer in the narrow spaces with nowhere to escape in the windless closes. The high stone walls block any breeze that might carry the odours away, creating stagnant pockets of air that hold every scent like a trap. The volcanic rock walls absorb these smells during the day, becoming saturated with the mixed odours of daily life. Even the stones themselves seem to breathe out the accumulated scents of generations. The smell of unwashed bodies adds another layer to the complex mixture. Water is precious, and bathing is rare, especially during the busy daylight hours when everyone focuses on work and survival. The close quarters mean you share these personal scents with dozens of neighbours, their daily struggles written in the air around you. Your own clothes begin to absorb these odours, carrying the day's unpleasant reminders with you as you climb toward home. Rotting food scraps linger in corners where the sun never reaches, trapped by the towering stone walls that block light from the narrow spaces. The smell of decay mixes with everything else, creating pockets of particularly intense odour that make you hold your breath as you pass. These forgotten scraps of daily life contribute their own sour notes to the symphony of scents that defines these medieval streets. Even your hair seems to capture the smells, holding them close to your face where you can't escape their constant presence. The mixture follows you like an unwelcome companion, a reminder of the challenges that come with living so closely packed together in these vertical neighbourhoods. Your clothes become carriers of the day's sensory assault, making it impossible to find relief even when you step away from the worst areas. The intensity builds as the day progresses and more people fill the closes with their daily activities. Each new person adds their own scents to the mixture. Every cooking fire contributes more smoke. Every open window releases new odours into the trapped air between the stone walls. Your body starts to feel surrounded by these smells, as if they're seeping through your skin and becoming part of you. Your throat feels dry from breathing through your mouth, trying to minimize contact with the overwhelming mixture of odours. But even this strategy offers limited relief in spaces where the air itself seems thick with accumulated scents. The stone walls that seemed protective when you first entered now feel like barriers that prevent any escape from this sensory overload that makes the day feel longer and more challenging. The narrow spaces amplify everything, including the smells. What might be merely unpleasant in an open area becomes overwhelming when trapped between walls that rise like cliffs on both sides. The odours bounce off the stone surfaces just like the sounds do, creating layers of scent that build on each other until breathing becomes a conscious effort to avoid the worst of what surrounds you. You long for fresh air, for the clean scent of rain, or the simple smell of stone without all these daily additions. The mixture that defines daylight in this closes makes you appreciate the simple pleasure of clean air, something you never think about until it's gone. Your body craves relief from this constant assault on your senses, making you understand why evening brings such a welcome change to these narrow spaces. But you know that change is coming. As shadows begin to lengthen and the day's activities slow down, the evening air will start to move differently through these stone channels. The same walls that trap today's overwhelming odours will soon become pathways for night breezes that carry the clean scent of stone and sky. The cool air will gradually push away the day's accumulated smells, replacing them with the fresh promise of rest and relief. Your shoulders stay tense as you navigate these aromatic challenges, your body alert to every new scent that might signal danger or discomfort ahead. The constant vigilance required just to breathe comfortably adds another layer of stress to daily life, in these medieval closes, making you understand why people looked forward so eagerly to evening's arrival and the blessed relief it would bring. The sound strikes you from above without warning. "Gardyloo!" the cry echoes down through the narrow close with startling clarity, and your body reacts before your mind fully processes what's happening. You press yourself against the cold stone wall as everyone around you moves with practiced urgency. This isn't panic. This is a daily ritual that every person in medieval Edinburgh knows by heart. Your eyes dart upward, scanning the dozens of windows that line the stone walls, like watching eyes. Somewhere up there, someone is about to empty their chamber pot. The cry comes from old French words that mean, "Beware of the water," though what's coming down isn't water at all. Your heart quickens as you try to guess which window poses the threat. Other people around you flatten themselves against doorways and press into whatever shallow shelter the stone walls provide. This moment creates a strange dance that happens multiple times each day throughout these vertical neighbourhoods. Merchants abandon their conversations mid-sentence. Children stop their games and look for cover. Women carrying baskets shift their loads protectively. Everyone shares the same sudden tension, the same urgent need to avoid what's about to fall from somewhere in the maze of windows above. The close becomes a stage where dozens of people perform the same careful choreography of survival. Your shoulders tense as you scan the windows more desperately. The buildings rise so high that counting the floors makes your neck ache. 10 stories, 12 stories, sometimes reaching 14 floors that seem to scrape the Scottish sky. These towering tenements stand among the world's tallest buildings of their age, and any one of those countless windows could be the source of danger. The narrow space that already feels confining now feels like a trap. The same stone walls that create the echoing chambers for sound also create perfect targets for anything dropped or thrown from above. The cry represents everything overwhelming about daylight in medieval Edinburgh. Constant vigilance is required just to walk the streets safely. The shared discomfort of living so closely packed together that privacy becomes impossible. The lack of peace when every moment requires alertness to potential dangers from above, around you, or underfoot. Your body stays ready to move, muscles coiled with the tension of never knowing when the next threat might appear. You hold your breath and listen for the telltale sound of liquid hitting stone. The narrow closet amplifies every noise, so you'll hear the splash clearly when it comes. Your feet feel rooted to the cobblestones as you wait, hoping desperately that whatever falls will land nowhere near you. The volcanic stone beneath your feet has absorbed countless such deposits over the years, creating permanent stains and lingering odours that mark these daily occurrences. This ritual happened throughout the day, keeping everyone on edge and making the streets feel unsafe and unpredictable. You never knew when the cry would come or from which window the contents would fall. The warning gave you precious seconds to find shelter, but those seconds stretched like hours as you stood pressed against the stone wall, waiting for the danger to pass. Each Gardyloo cry reminded you that safety was temporary, and peace was a luxury reserved for other times and places. The close feels smaller during these moments of shared vulnerability. The high walls that normally provide shelter now feel like the sides of a funnel, concentrating everything that falls from above into the narrow space where you stand. Your breathing becomes shallow as you realise how little control you have over your own safety in these crowded vertical neighbourhoods. The stone walls that seemed protective minutes ago now feel like barriers that prevent escape. Other pedestrians share your tension, their faces showing the same mixture of alertness and resignation. This is simply part of daily life in these medieval closes. Children learn to listen for the cry as soon as they're old enough to walk the streets. Adults develop the reflexes needed to find shelter quickly. Everyone carries the constant stress of knowing that ordinary activities like walking to market or visiting neighbours require constant vigilance against dangers from above. The waste that eventually falls creates more than just a mess on the cobblestones. It adds to the overwhelming mixture of smells that define these narrow spaces during daylight hours. The sour odours that you've been breathing all day gain fresh contributions from these regular deposits. Your clothes, already absorbing the coal smoke and cooking smells that fill the clothes, now face the additional challenge of avoiding contamination from these aerial hazards. You feel the tension spreading through your entire body as the moments stretch on. Your jaw clenches, your hands form fists at your sides, your back stays pressed firmly against the stone wall, as if you could somehow merge with its solid protection. The constant stress of these daily encounters takes a toll that goes beyond the immediate moments of danger. Your body holds this tension long after each crisis passes, creating a persistent state of alertness that makes true relaxation impossible during daylight hours. The city's leaders eventually tried to bring order to this chaos. The Nastiness Act of 1749 attempted to regulate waste disposal, dictating that waste could only be thrown from windows between 10 at night and 7 in the morning. The act also required the warning cry, though by then the French garde l'eau had evolved into the familiar gardez-lou that echoes through these stone corridors. This daily stress makes evening's arrival feel precious beyond measure. As shadows lengthen and the busy day begins to wind down, the frequency of gardez-lou cries gradually decreases. Families retreat indoors for their evening meals. The windows that posed threats throughout the day grow quiet. The ritual that kept everyone on edge begins to fade with the dying light, and your body starts to recognize that something different approaches with the gathering dusk. The sound you've been waiting for finally comes. Deep in the gathering dusk, the massive iron gates at Netherbow Port begin their evening ritual. These aren't ordinary doors. They're thick, heavy barriers that separate Edinburgh's heart from the world beyond. 2 round towers stand guard on either side, their stone walls rising like protective sentinels. The gates themselves are built to last, forged from iron that can withstand attacks and weather. When they move, you feel their weight in the very air around you. The sound begins as metal scrapes against stone. The hinges groan under the massive weight of the iron gates as they start to swing closed. This sound is different from anything you've heard during the chaotic day. Where the daylight hours brought sharp, jarring noises that bounced off stone walls and overwhelmed your senses, this sound is deep and purposeful. It resonates through your chest, reaching parts of you that the day's chaos couldn't touch. The heavy metallic clang echoes off the stone walls of the closes and tenements around you. The sound travels through the narrow spaces where you've spent your day dodging waste from windows and covering your ears against overwhelming noise. But now, those same stone walls that trap the day's unpleasant sounds carry something different. This is the sound of protection, the sound of safety, the sound that announces to everyone within the city walls that the dangerous outside world has been locked away for the night. You feel your breathing slow as the sound fades into the stone corridors. Your shoulders, which have been tensed against the day's constant threats, begin to drop slightly. Your hands, which formed fists during the Gardyloo cries and clenched against the overwhelming smells, start to relax. This single sound creates a physical change in your body that hours of daylight chaos couldn't achieve. Your body instinctively recognizes this signal that it's finally safe to relax. The gates separate more than just the inside from the outside. They create a boundary between day and night, between chaos and calm, between public stress and private peace. During the daylight hours, the open gates meant constant movement, merchants entering with goods, travellers bringing news from other cities, strangers whose intentions you couldn't know. The open gates meant vigilance, uncertainty, and the need to stay alert to dangers that might enter your protected space. Other residents pause in their evening routines to listen for this sound. A woman drawing water from a well stops her work. A man carrying bread from the baker tilts his head toward the echo. Children playing in the narrow closes grow quiet for a moment. This is a shared experience that unites the entire community. Everyone within Edinburgh's walls finds the same relief in this nightly ritual. Everyone recognises the same signal that the day's struggles have ended. You notice how the sound affects the very atmosphere around you. The narrow closes that amplified every unpleasant noise during the day now carry this protective sound with clarity and purpose. The stone walls that trapped coal smoke and waste odours now channel the metallic clang that means safety. The vertical neighbourhoods that felt like prisons during the overwhelming daylight hours transform into fortress communities where rest becomes possible. The psychological shift this simple sound creates reaches deeper than conscious thought. Your nervous system, which has been on high alert for hours, begins to recognise safety signals. The constant scanning for threats from windows above can slow down. The careful breathing through your mouth to avoid overwhelming smells can ease. The tension in your muscles that prepared you to dodge falling waste or seek shelter from noise can finally begin to release. This transformation happens throughout the old town as the sound of the closing gates reaches every corner of the medieval city. In the highest floors of the towering tenements, families hear the protective clang and know their children can sleep safely. In the narrow closes where sound echoes endlessly, the metallic resonance replaces the chaos of voices and cartwheels with something steady and reassuring. In the underground vaults where the city's poorest find shelter, the distant sound of the gates means even they are included in Edinburgh's protective embrace. The same stone walls that trapped you during the day's overwhelming sensations become protective barriers as the gates swing shut. The volcanic rock that absorbed every unpleasant smell and amplified every jarring sound now forms the boundaries of a sanctuary. The walls that pressed close during the crowded, chaotic daylight hours now create a safe space where sleep becomes not just possible, but protected. With the gates locked, you understand that Edinburgh has transformed from a place where you survive to a place where you rest. The narrow closes that challenged you with their acoustic chaos now offer quiet corridors leading to home. The stone walls that held the day's overwhelming mixture of sounds and smells now guard against the night's potential dangers. The vertical neighbourhoods that felt confining during the busy day now provide security from anything that might threaten the darkness. These medieval gates would eventually disappear. The Netherbow port was demolished in 1764 when it became an obstruction to traffic, marking the city's transition from medieval fortress to modern urban centre. But for centuries, this nightly ritual connected every person in Edinburgh, all finding the same relief in the sound of safety. The metallic clang that echoes through the stone corridors reaches rich and poor alike. Everyone within the walls shares this moment of transition from the day's survival to the night's sanctuary. The sound that transforms your world also transforms theirs, proving that some experiences cross all boundaries when safety becomes the common need that unites an entire community. As the last echo fades into the stone walls, you know that other sounds will soon follow to complete this transformation from chaos to peace. The night watch begins his rounds as the heavy iron gates swing shut. His presence transforms the quiet streets from empty to protected. Where moments ago the closes felt abandoned and potentially dangerous, his footsteps announce that someone is awake, alert and keeping guard while you rest. The same stone corridors that trapped the day's chaos now carry the steady rhythm of his boots on cobblestones. After a day of overwhelming sensory assault, you need to know that someone is keeping watch while you sleep. The narrow closes that amplified every unpleasant sound during daylight hours now carry his purposeful footsteps with clarity and comfort. Each step echoes off the volcanic stone walls that have absorbed your day's stress and anxiety. But these echoes feel different from the chaotic noise that overwhelmed you hours earlier. These sounds have purpose. They have meaning. They speak of protection rather than chaos. His boots create a steady rhythm on the stone streets, a heartbeat in the darkness. The heavy leather soles strike the cobblestones with reliable timing, creating a pattern your tired mind can follow towards sleep. Where the day brought random, jarring noises that kept your body tense and alert, the night watch provides something completely different. His footsteps follow predictable paths through familiar streets, offering the kind of steady rhythm that helps your nervous system finally relax. You find yourself timing your breathing to match his footsteps. Your chest rises and falls as his boots strike the stone. Your heartbeat gradually sinks with his steady pace. The same acoustic properties that made the closes unbearable during the day now work in your favour, carrying his protective presence to every corner of the medieval city. The watchman's occasional call drifts through your window. All's well. His voice carries the same clarity that brought you the Gardilu warnings during the dangerous daylight hours. But this voice brings comfort instead of alarm. It's a human sound in the night that says you're not alone in the darkness. Someone is awake, someone is watching, someone cares enough to walk these stone corridors while you rest. His call echoes off the same walls that trapped the day's overwhelming mixture of sounds and smells. The volcanic stone that absorbed coal smoke and amplified arguments now carries his reassuring words through every narrow close and up every winding stair. All's well, the phrase reaches families huddled in tiny rooms high above the streets. It reaches the poor, sheltering in underground vaults. It reaches everyone who needs to hear that Edinburgh's night offers protection rather than danger. This is the opposite of the day's chaotic noise, where random sounds crashed against your senses without warning or meaning. The night watch provides sounds that are purposeful, protective, and infinitely calming. His presence fills the space between the locked gates and your sleeping body with something you couldn't find during the overwhelming daylight hours. Peace, security, the promise that someone stronger and more alert than you will handle whatever dangers the darkness might bring. The Night Watch's presence means you can finally let go of the day's defensive vigilance. You no longer need to scan windows for potential threats. You no longer need to hold your breath against overwhelming smells. You no longer need to tense your muscles against jarring sounds. His boots on the cobblestones tell you that someone else is handling the night's responsibilities. Your job now is simply to rest. His steady pace continues through the hours of darkness, a constant reminder that Edinburgh's night offers protection rather than abandonment. The same closes that felt like prisons during the chaotic day become corridors of safety under his watch. The narrow spaces that trapped unpleasant sights, sounds, and smells during daylight hours now channel his protective presence to every resident who needs the comfort of knowing they're not alone. The Night Watch's sounds become your lullaby, proof that the stone walls now shelter you instead of trapping you. His voice replaces the jarring cries and arguments with words that soothe rather than alarm. His presence transforms Edinburgh from a place where you struggle to survive into a place where you can safely rest. The same city that overwhelmed you during daylight now cradles you safely through the dark hours. The volcanic stone that seemed harsh and cold during the day's trials now forms the foundation of a sanctuary guarded by someone who walks the night so you don't have to. The Night Watch's steady rhythm proves that even in medieval Edinburgh's most challenging spaces, human care and protection could transform overwhelming chaos into peaceful rest. As his footsteps fade into the distance and return on his regular rounds, you feel your body finally beginning to release the day's accumulated tension. The watchman's presence has created something you desperately needed after hours of sensory overload. His boots on stone have replaced the day's jarring sounds with something your tired mind can use to guide itself towards sleep. But even more remarkable than his comforting presence is what happens when his footsteps finally fade completely into the night. The profound quiet that follows creates something your body recognizes as healing. Your ears almost strain to find something to hear in these same stone corridors that trapped you in acoustic chaos during the day. The silence feels so complete that it seems like a physical presence wrapping around your exhausted frame. After hours of noise that bounced off volcanic walls and assaulted your senses, this stillness feels almost impossible. The closes that amplified every voice, every footstep, every cartwheel, during daylight hours now hold a quiet so deep you can hear your own heartbeat. The same stone walls that created perfect echo chambers for the day's chaos now seem to absorb sound instead of reflecting it. The narrow spaces that trapped noise and multiplied it beyond bearing have transformed into something completely different. They've become chambers of peace that cradle your senses with gentle care. You realize your shoulders are finally relaxing. The tension you've been carrying since the first gardy-loo cry of the morning begins to release from muscles you didn't know were clenched. Your jaw, which tightened against the constant barrage of amplified voices and clattering wheels, starts to soften. The defensive posture your body maintained throughout the chaotic daylight hours slowly melts away as the silence works its way through your frame. Your breathing deepens as you adjust to this new acoustic world. The shallow, careful breaths you took to avoid the worst smells of the day give way to slower, fuller breaths that reach deeper into your chest. Even your heartbeat seems loud in this stillness. The sound of air moving in and out of your lungs becomes noticeable in ways it never was during the day's din. Your body begins to remember what peace feels like. The silence feels almost sacred after the chaos you endured. Like a gift that Edinburgh gives to those who survived its daylight challenges. The same city that assaulted your senses for hours now offers something precious in return. This quiet doesn't feel empty or abandoned. It feels full of rest, full of promise, full of the healing your nervous system desperately needs after the day's sensory assault. You notice how the absence of sound creates space for your thoughts to settle. During the day, the constant noise prevented any kind of mental quiet. Your mind stayed alert, defensive, processing threats and discomforts without pause. Now, in this profound stillness, your thoughts can finally slow down. The worried racing of your mind during the chaotic daylight hours gives way to something gentler and more peaceful. The stone walls that seem to press against you during the day's noise now feel protective rather than confining. The volcanic rock that absorbed and amplified every unpleasant sound now seems to guard this precious silence. The narrow spaces that trapped you in acoustic chaos have become corridors of peace where your senses can finally find relief from the day's constant assault. This quiet reaches every corner of Edinburgh's medieval heart. In the highest floors of the towering tenements, families rest in the same profound silence that surrounds you. In the narrow closes where sound bounced endlessly during daylight, the stillness now offers healing to anyone who needs it. In the underground vaults where the city's poorest seek shelter, this same gift of silence provides relief from the sensory burden that defines daily life in these crowded spaces. Your body begins to understand that this silence is medicine for your senses. The constant tension that kept you alert to threats from above, around, and below starts to fade. Your nervous system, which stayed on high alert throughout the day's chaos, begins to recognize safety in this profound quiet. The healing power of this dramatic contrast becomes clear as your body responds to the absence of everything that made the daylight hours so challenging. The same environment that wounded you during the day now offers healing, depending on the hour. The stone walls that trapped unbearable noise now cradle blessed silence. The narrow spaces that felt like prisons during the chaos now feel like sanctuaries where peace is possible. The acoustic properties that worked against you during daylight now work in your favour, creating chambers of quiet that reach every soul within Edinburgh's walls. You understand that Edinburgh's night doesn't just follow its day, it heals from it. The silence becomes an active force that repairs the damage done by hours of sensory overload. Your body uses this quiet to release the tension, stress, and defensive alertness that kept you alive during the chaotic daylight hours. The peaceful darkness offers something the chaotic daylight couldn't provide. True rest for your mind and body. This profound stillness proves that the same stone walls can serve completely different purposes depending on when you encounter them. What trapped you during the day now protects you during the night. What overwhelmed you during busy hours now soothes you during quiet ones. The volcanic rock that seemed harsh and unforgiving during the day's trials now feels gentle and caring as it guards your rest. In this healing silence, you realise that Edinburgh has given you exactly what you needed most. After surviving the day's acoustic assault, the absence of sound feels like the most precious gift imaginable. Your body uses this quiet to remember what peace feels like. Your senses use this stillness to heal from the day's constant challenges. The silence becomes medicine that only this dramatic contrast between day and night could provide. The same closes that challenged you with unbearable noise during daylight hours now offers the profound quiet your senses need to heal. As this medicinal silence settles deeper into your bones, you become aware of other sensations that the day's chaos had hidden from your notice. Your shoulder touches the volcanic rock that forms the wall of your narrow room, and the coolness flows through the thin fabric of your nightclothes. During the overwhelming daylight hours, this same coldness felt harsh and unwelcoming, adding to every other misery the day brought. But now, as darkness settles over Edinburgh's medieval closes, the stone's chill offers something completely different. The same cold stone that made the morning feel harsh now provides a steady, grounding presence as you drift towards sleep. Your overheated body, stressed from hours of dodging Gardarloo cries and breathing coal smoke, finds relief in this coolness. The temperature that seemed cruel during the day's chaos now helps calm your flushed skin and racing pulse. Your palm rests flat against the wall, and the stone draws away the heat that built up from tension, anxiety, and the press of too many bodies in too little space. You rest your hand against the wall and feel its solid permanence, a reminder that you're protected by something ancient and strong. The volcanic rock beneath your palm has stood here for centuries, weathering storms, conflicts, and countless daily struggles. This stone witnessed the Roman invasions, the building of the first settlements, and the growth of the medieval city around it. Your fingers trace the rough texture that tells stories of time, weather, and the hands of countless other people who found the same comfort in these walls. The stone's weight, which seemed oppressive during the day's chaos, now feels like a protective embrace holding you safe. Above you, below you, around you, tons of volcanic rock form a fortress that has sheltered families for generations. The massive weight that felt crushing during the overwhelming daylight hours now feels like security. These thick walls can withstand anything the night might bring. They've protected residents through wars, plagues, and centuries of Scottish weather. The dampness that made morning feel unwelcome now carries the fresh scent of night air and rain. Instead of the stale moisture that seemed to trap the day's unpleasant odours, the evening dampness brings clean smells from the world beyond these narrow closes. The stone breathes differently at night, releasing the fresh coolness of rain and mist instead of holding the heat and odours of crowded daily life. This transformation shows how physical discomfort can become comfort depending on the time and circumstances that surround it. The same stone that felt harsh during the morning's rush to avoid falling waste now feels gentle as you prepare for sleep. The coolness that made you shiver during the day's stress now helps you relax. The weight that felt oppressive during the overwhelming noise now feels protective during the blessed silence. Your body understands this change even before your mind processes it. Your muscles release their defensive tension as the cool stone draws away the heat of anxiety and stress. Your breathing slows as the solid presence of the wall reminds you that you're safe, sheltered, held by something stronger than the day's temporary chaos. The stone becomes an anchor that connects your tired body to something permanent and reliable. The cold stone becomes your connection to the earth beneath, and the centuries of people who found the same comfort in these walls. Your hand rests where countless other hands have rested, seeking the same relief from the day's struggles. The volcanic rock links you to every generation that lived in these vertical neighbourhoods, each finding their own way to transform discomfort into comfort through the simple passage of time from day to night. Families sleeping in rooms above you and below you rest against the same stone that holds you. Children who played in the narrow closes during the day now curl against walls that offer the same cool comfort your wall provides. The elderly who struggled with the day's sensory assault now find the same relief in stone that seemed harsh hours earlier. This shared experience connects you to your neighbours in ways that daylight chaos never could. The stone holds memories of countless nights when people like you discovered that what hurt during the day could heal during the night. The walls remember the relief of families who found comfort in cold stone after overwhelming heat. They remember the peace of children who stopped crying when cool walls replaced the harsh sensations of daylight hours. They remember generations of people who learned that home isn't just a place, but also a time when stone transforms from burden to blessing. What hurt during the day now heals during the night, proving that home isn't just a place, but also a time when familiar things become sources of comfort rather than stress. The cold stone that challenged you during the overwhelming daylight hours now cradles you towards sleep, showing that the same environment can wound or heal depending on when you encounter it and what you bring to that moment. The volcanic foundation that shaped Edinburgh's surface world also carved out hidden spaces beneath the busy streets, where the stone's protective embrace reached even deeper into the earth itself. You descend the narrow stone stairs into the vaults beneath the Royal Mile, following the same path that Edinburgh's most vulnerable residents took when they needed shelter from the harsh world above. Your feet find each worn step carefully as you move deeper into the earth. The air grows cooler with each step downward. The sounds of the busy street fade behind you until they become distant whispers. These underground chambers offer their own version of protected sleep to those who couldn't afford the cramped tenements rising above their head. Below the main streets, a hidden world of stone chambers provided shelter for families who had nowhere else to go. The vaults stretch out in darkness around you, carved from the same volcanic foundation that supports all of Edinburgh's towering buildings. These spaces were meant for storage when the South Bridge was built in 1788. Merchants planned to keep their goods here, safe and dry beneath the busy streets, but the poor dampness and lack of light made them useless for trade. Instead, they became home to people who needed any kind of roof over their heads. Between 1790 and 1874, these underground spaces housed Edinburgh's forgotten population. Each vault could shelter 20 to 30 people, creating underground neighbourhoods where thousands of residents lived in complete darkness. These spaces were both refuge and prison, offering protection from Scotland's bitter weather, while cutting off light and fresh air completely. You breathe the thick, still air that never moves or refreshes itself. No windows exist down here, no doors open to let in sunshine or evening breezes. The people who lived in these vaults traded the overwhelming sensory assault of the closes above for a different kind of challenge. Complete darkness, stale air. The weight of an entire city presses down on the stone ceiling above their heads. The conditions proved so harsh that new residents faced an average life expectancy of just 6 months. Yet families continued to seek shelter here when surface life became impossible. The vaulted stone ceilings create an even deeper sense of being held by the earth itself, wrapped in layers of rock and history that stretch back to the volcanic formation of Edinburgh's ridge. You run your hand along the curved ceiling and feel how the stone has been shaped to distribute the enormous weight of the buildings, streets, and people above. These arches were built to last. They've supported the daily life of thousands of residents for centuries, creating a hidden foundation that most people never see or think about. Down here, the sounds of the street become muffled whispers, creating a different kind of quiet than the surface world knows. The Gardyloo cries that made people duck in the closes above never reach these depths. The clatter of cart wheels on cobblestones becomes a distant rumble that you feel more than hear. The overwhelming noise that assaulted your senses in the narrow closes transforms into something gentler here. The thick stone absorbs most sounds before they can echo and multiply the way they do in the acoustic chambers above. Families huddle together in spaces carved from the volcanic foundation, finding warmth in shared body heat and shared stories to pass the long hours of complete darkness. Children who played in the closes during daylight hours now curl against their parents in spaces where day and night mean nothing. Adults who worked above ground during the busy hours now gather their families close in the underground chambers, where touch and voice replace sight as the primary ways of staying connected. You feel the dampness seeping through your clothes as you settle against the stone wall. The people who lived here learned to accept this constant moisture as part of their daily life. Their clothes never fully dried. Their bedding stayed damp, but the steady temperature provided relief from the extreme heat of summer and the bitter cold of winter that challenged everyone living in the tenements above. The earth's natural insulation created a world where seasons mattered less than they did on the surface. The darkness is complete, but it's a darkness that hides rather than threatens, offering invisibility to those who need to disappear from the harsh judgments of the world above. People came to these vaults when they had no other choices, when they couldn't pay rent for rooms above ground, when they needed to escape situations that made surface life dangerous. The complete darkness that might terrify visitors becomes a blessing for those who need to remain unseen. Mothers whisper lullabies to children who will never know what their underground home looks like. Fathers tell stories from memory, their voices carrying clearly in the still air that never moves or changes. Families create their own rhythms in spaces where sunrise and sunset have no meaning. They measure time by the muffled sounds that filter down from the world above. The distant call of street vendors marks the morning. The fading footsteps on the streets overhead signal evening. Even the city's hidden spaces followed the same day-to-night rhythm that governed life in the closes above. When the busy sounds of daytime commerce faded from the streets overhead, the vault dwellers knew that night had arrived in the world they couldn't see. The distant sound of the city gates closing echoed down through layers of stone, reaching even these depths with its message of safety and rest. In the deepest parts of Edinburgh's stone heart, the same cycle of overwhelming day and peaceful night played out for the city's forgotten residents. The relief that came with evening's quiet reached them just as it reached the families in the towering tenements above. Eventually, Authorities filled these vaults with rubble in the 19th century to discourage their use. They remained buried and forgotten until excavation in the 1980s revealed their secrets once again. The underground vaults prove that Edinburgh's protective embrace extended even to its hidden corners, sheltering all who needed rest regardless of their ability to pay for comfort or light. But above ground, the city itself was beginning to change as new ideas about light and darkness transformed what night could mean. You stand at the tall window of a new town house in the 1790s, watching oil lamps flicker to life in the planned streets below, while the old town remains dark behind you. Your hands rest against the cool glass as evening settles over Edinburgh's newest district. The clean lines of the buildings stretch out before you in perfect order. Wide streets flow in straight lines toward distant crescents. Everything here follows a plan, a design that speaks of progress and hope for the future. The introduction of street lighting created two different versions of Edinburgh night, one illuminated and ordered, one still wrapped in medieval darkness. You turn your head slightly and see both worlds at once. Through this window, the new town spreads out like a promise of what cities could become. Behind you, beyond the elegant drawing room, the old town's ancient closes huddle in shadows, just as they have for centuries. This new light promises safety and progress, but it also highlights the divide between those who can afford the modern world and those still living in the old ways. The oil lamps below create pools of warm, golden light that push back the darkness. Each flame burns steadily in its glass housing, protected from Edinburgh's constant wind. The light spills onto wide pavements where well-dressed families can walk safely in the evening hours. You watch a couple stroll arm in arm beneath a gentle glow, their footsteps echoing softly on clean stone. Their voices carry clearly in the open air, no longer trapped and amplified by narrow walls. The woman's dress rustles as they walk. The man's walking stick taps a steady rhythm on the broad pavement. This is a community built on shared light rather than shared survival. Behind you, the old town's closes remain as dark as they've been for centuries. Their residents still depending on locked gates and night watchmen for security. Through the window facing the other direction, you can see the ancient city's jagged skyline. The towering tenements rise like black cliffs against the night sky. No artificial light penetrates those narrow spaces where thousands of families still live in the medieval way. The contrast makes you understand how different your own day has been from theirs. You spent your morning in the new town's wide streets, breathing clean air that moved freely between the planned buildings. You shopped in bright markets, where vendors called their wares without competing with endless echoes. You walked on pavements that stayed clean, past houses with proper drainage and windows that opened to gardens instead of waste-filled closes. You realise you're witnessing the birth of the modern city, where night doesn't have to mean complete darkness and vulnerability. The oil lamps represent something entirely new in human experience. For the first time in Edinburgh's history, artificial light extends the day's activities into evening hours. People can continue their social calls after sunset. Children can play safely in streets that remain visible and protected. The air smells different in the new town too, where the old town's narrow closes trap coal smoke and waste odours. The wide streets here allow fresh air to flow freely. The planned gardens and open squares create pockets of clean air that refresh rather than overwhelm. Even the evening dampness carries pleasant scents of grass and flowers, instead of the stale mixture that clings to the medieval closes. Your own body feels different after a day in these open spaces. Your shoulders don't carry the defensive tension that comes from constantly scanning windows for falling waste. Your ears don't ring from overwhelming noise trapped between stone walls. Your breathing stays deep and easy because the air around you stays fresh and clean throughout the day. The oil lamps don't eliminate the need for rest, but they make the transition from day to night gentler and more gradual. Where the old town's residents face an abrupt change from overwhelming daylight chaos to complete darkness, the new town offers something softer. The lamps create a twilight world where evening activities can continue at a peaceful pace. The harsh division between day and night becomes a gentle slope from light to dark. You watch as families emerge from their elegant homes for evening walks. Children who spent their day in clean gardens now enjoy the lamplit streets with their parents. Servants light more lamps in windows throughout the district, creating a constellation of warm light that connects house to house, family to family. The geometric patterns of crescents and squares create orderly neighbourhoods where evening strolls become social rituals. Edinburgh's night is evolving, but the stone walls still offer the same ancient promise of protection and peace. Even in the new town, the buildings rise from the same volcanic foundation that supports the medieval old town. The same cold stone that provides comfort to families in the ancient closes also forms the foundation of these modern houses. The earth beneath both districts holds the same memories, the same strength, the same ability to shelter human dreams. The oil lamps burning below your window represent more than just practical lighting. They mark the beginning of a new relationship between people and darkness. Night no longer has to mean isolation, vulnerability, or complete dependence on natural rhythms. The modern city offers choices that the medieval world never imagined, yet both depend on the same human need for safety, comfort, and rest when darkness falls. This harmonious contrast between old and new Edinburgh would eventually earn recognition as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, celebrated for its unique juxtaposition of two contrasting historic areas. The medieval closes and the Georgian crescents tell the same story of human adaptation, each finding different ways to create sanctuary from the day's challenges. Both worlds, illuminated and dark, continue to shape how people find their way home when evening comes. Today's Edinburgh carries the same ancient rhythm in its stones. Your feet move along the Royal Mile, where tourists snap photos and street performers play music that echoes off volcanic rock walls. The sounds bounce between the same surfaces that once amplified medieval merchants hawking their wares. The narrow closes still trap noise, just like they did centuries ago, but now it's car engines idling and tour groups chattering instead of cartwheels clattering and vendors shouting. The city still follows the pattern of intense sensory input during the day, followed by evening's relief. Your ears ring from traffic that never quite stops. Construction crews work on building renovations, their power tools creating sharp bursts that ricochet off stone surfaces just like the blacksmith's hammer once did. The same walls that made medieval life overwhelming during daylight hours continue their acoustic work, amplifying every modern sound until the day feels like too much to bear. The sources of pressure have changed, but the human need for nighttime sanctuary remains exactly the same. Instead of dodging waste thrown from windows above, you navigate around delivery trucks and dodge cyclists weaving through crowded streets. Your body stays alert, defensive, ready to step aside or change direction at any moment. The stress builds in your shoulders, just like it did for people walking these same streets hundreds of years ago, when different dangers required the same constant vigilance. You climb the familiar stone steps toward home, seeking the same relief that people found here centuries ago. Your hand finds the rough texture of the volcanic rock wall for balance, feeling the same surface that countless others have touched, while making this same journey from day's chaos to night's promise of peace. The stone feels exactly as cold and solid as it did when medieval families climbed these same stairs after surviving their own chaotic days. The ancient walls still hold the cold, still provide the weight and solidity that grounds you after a day of modern urban life. Above you, below you, around you, the same tons of volcanic rock that sheltered medieval families now shelter you. The weight that might have felt oppressive during the day's stress now feels protective as evening approaches. These walls have held firm through centuries of different kinds of chaos, proving their reliability through every generation that has called them home. Your body still carries the day's tension as you near your destination. The noise pollution that replaced medieval acoustic chaos has left its mark on your nervous system. Your breathing stays shallow from air that carries exhaust fumes instead of coal smoke. Your muscles stay clenched from navigating crowds of tourists instead of crowds of medieval residents. The stress feels different in its details, but identical in its impact on your human body that needs the same relief your ancestors sought. Tourist voices fade as evening settles over the city, replaced by the distant hum of traffic that becomes Edinburgh's modern version of background noise. The tour groups that filled the closes during daylight hours retreat to their hotels and restaurants. The street performers pack up their instruments and amplifiers. The shops along the Royal Mile close their doors and turn off their bright signs. The urban assault of modern tourism begins to ebb, just like the medieval chaos once did. You notice how the same stone corridors that trap today's urban noise will soon offer the familiar gift of relative quiet. The closes that echo with car engines and tourist chatter during busy hours will grow still as the city settles into its evening rhythm. The ancient acoustics that worked against you during the day will work for you during the night, creating chambers of peace where your tired senses can finally find relief. The timeless nature of this daily cycle becomes clear as you observe how little the fundamental pattern has changed. People still spend their days dealing with intense sensory input in crowded urban spaces. They still return home exhausted, seeking the same basic human needs for quiet, safety, and rest. The stone walls still provide the same solid foundation for these daily rhythms, connecting you to every generation that has lived within their protective embrace. When modern Edinburgh finally grows quiet, the stone walls offer the same protective embrace they provided for 1,000 years. The traffic noise fades to a distant hum. The construction sounds stop completely. The tourist chatter disappears as visitors retreat indoors. The ancient closes that trapped noise during daylight hours transform into corridors of peace, just as they always have when darkness falls over the city. You're part of an unbroken chain of people who found peace in these same stones, proving that some human needs never change across centuries of different challenges. The volcanic rock that sheltered medieval families from their daily chaos now shelters you from yours. The walls that provided comfort to people fleeing Gardyloo cries now provide comfort to you after escaping traffic noise and crowded streets. Your hand rests against the cold stone one more time, feeling how it connects you to countless others who touch these same surfaces while seeking the same relief from their days. The texture under your palm tells the story of human endurance, of people finding ways to survive urban chaos in every era. The weight of the stone above provides the same sense of being held safely that it has offered to tired families for generations. The ancient heart of Edinburgh continues beating with the same rhythm that has sustained the city through centuries of change. The stone walls remember every generation that found shelter within their embrace. They hold the stories of medieval residents and modern families alike, all carrying the same fundamental human longing for sanctuary when darkness falls. The stones beneath your feet connect you to this endless cycle of seeking rest after chaos. Tonight, as you rest in your own bed, you carry the same human need for relief that shaped Edinburgh's nights across the centuries. Your body seeks the familiar transition from day's pressure to night's release. The weight that pressed on your shoulders during busy hours lifts as darkness brings its ancient gift of peace. Whether you're surrounded by ancient stone or modern walls, the rhythm remains unchanged. You breathe deeper as evening settles around you. Let yourself feel connected to all the people who found peace in the darkness before you. The need for sanctuary is timeless and universal, reaching across every generation that has ever closed their eyes and trusted the night to heal what the day had wounded. Thank you for drifting through the night with me. If you found comfort here, tap subscribe and like the video. It helps others find a place to rest too.